welcome everybody to the live coverage of the 2015 London Chess Classic. This is the final tournament of the 2015 Grand Chess Tour. Definitely the most important trio of tournaments this year. We are going to be starting very soon here from London, as we should see the players arrive in just a second. I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Always good to see you, Alejandro. Welcome aboard.
Always a pleasure to be here. So, Yasser,
what a thrilling
classic.
What a thrilling final event we've got in store. I'm just expecting a great tournament, and as everybody's jockeying for position for the $150,000 bonus pool, and to be, you know, bragging rights to say you're the Grand Slam, Grand Chess Tour winner. That's just going to be great.
And to see what they need, let's look at the standings currently after 2 tournaments. At the top is still Vachier-Lagrave Topalov after his win in Norway and a decent performance here in St. Louis. Now a very stable player, Hikaru Nakamura, has gotten third in 2 events and he sits in second. Levon Aronian won here in St. Louis, but he had a disastrous start in Norway, therefore he's still in 3rd place, 1 point behind Nakamura, and just 1 point behind Aronian is Magnus Carlsen, who managed to recover from a very tough Norway into a somewhat decent St. Louis tournament, finishing on 2nd, and only 1 point behind him is the very solid player Anish Giri with 13 points. Just slightly below is Vachier-Lagrave with 12, as well as Vachier-Lagrave with a combination of results. Either of these players can still take the entire Grand Chess Tour, and trailing behind them are going to be Fabiano Caruana and Alexander Grischuk, who need more of a miracle to actually finish in the top place. But anything can happen. They're very strong players, and I like to see them recover, definitely.
Oh, for sure. And for me, I mean, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, so for so many years has dominated chess, and the miracle comebacks that Magnus has shown a proclivity for has just been amazing. So for me, you know, even though Magnus is in 4th position as we start the London Classic, I still look for him to pull off, you know, a Hail Mary win at the end.
We'll see if he's going to be able to do so. With the pairings for today, we have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Well, it's absolutely a magnificent time for chess. It's the holiday season. And what more would you want than to be watching the best tournament in the world with the best players vying it out for the title of the Grand Chess Tour champ? Well, there's going to be a lot of work to do in round 1. Just started off right away. We see that Vachier-Lagrave Topalov and Giri will be battling. You're looking at a pairing, Carlsen versus Vachier-Lagrave. That's going to be an important one. Magnus Carlsen, he's been playing horribly this year. He has tanked in rating points. It's been a miserable year by his lofty standards. He's going to have to do a lot, and he wants to do it right out the gate. But the matchup Topalov-Giri, as I mentioned, this one will be a key one, as Topalov is at the top of the leaderboard. He is #1 in the whole chess tour, but against this youngster, he's only 3-3. It's an even matchup, and Giri, this guy doesn't lose. He just doesn't seem to want to lose any games against the best players, so this will be a very tough fight. We'll keep our eye on this great matchup, and then many more, of course, as the Grand Chess Tour kicks off here in London, the final leg, trying to find out the champion finally at last. Guys?
And Alejandro, I just want to say, I don't think Giri has lost on tour. I mean, he's drawn or won. I mean, that's just incredible.
He's definitely a very solid player, has not lost in the entire Grand Chess Tour. Fortunately for him, he hasn't accumulated that many victories, so he hasn't won either one of the tournaments. But yeah, he's undefeated. He's the only player that's still undefeated in the entire Grand Chess Tour.
That's a remarkable stat right there. Wow, that's just incredible.
Absolutely. And speaking of London, we have live from London, our own very own women's Grandmaster, Jennifer Shahade.
Hey guys, thanks. That's right. I'm here in London on the final and 3rd leg of the Grand Chess Tour, the London Chess Classic. I'm going to be here on the ground for the next couple weeks. Really excited to see not only who's going to win the tournament, but who's going to come on top of the first ever Grand Chess Tour. Let's get it started.
Well, the round should be starting very soon. And I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the players that are here in this tournament. I think that a lot of them have had, by their standards, a very rough year.
Yes, it's true.
I want to see how they finish up. We're talking about, for example, Fabiano Caruana.
Ooh. Brutal.
He had a brutal year, and he's just recovering. He had an excellent match here against Hikaru Nakamura. It doesn't reflect on the world standings because it wasn't rated, but definitely he showed excellent chess, and I think maybe on the path to recovery?
Well, when you think about it, he once reached a peak of 2851 on the live ratings, and he's dropped below 2800. That's incredible. That's a disaster.
And he's actually 7th in the world right now, down from 2nd.
And a clear second. He was the one that was, second. Yeah, so that's been terrible. But the one player, strangely enough, who's been at the top, number 2, and very stable, is Veselin Topalov. Why? Because he doesn't play. He's only been playing on the Grand Chess Tour, where he's done quite well, as we know. He's the tournament leader, and there we get a look at the Kensington Olympia building, where the match, as well as a lot of chess events, are being played.
Right. We have several amateur chess events being played at the same time. We have on camera Peter Hein Nielsen and Henry Carlsen, the coach of Magnus Carlsen and the father of Magnus Carlsen, respectively.
Exactly.
As they seem to just look at the crowd as they try to go into the playing hall.
Right. They're all waiting for their chance to get into the playing hall, and playing hall will start to fill up soon as a lot of those amateur events, are completed. It's 4 p.m. Local time in London, and the games will start at 4 during the weekdays and at 2 London time on the weekends.
Yeah, nice little change there of schedule. Think the players will have trouble adjusting to that?
Absolutely. No, seriously. As a chess grandmaster, I really hated even one round. They always did that in Europe. They had the last rounds that started early so they could get enough time in for the closing ceremony, and it really threw off your biorhythms, if you will. You know, you're on a schedule, on a certain type of pace, and you have to change for the weekends.
Well, absolutely. I think that having that consistency is very important. And sometimes when you're really in the schedule, really in the mood, and then somehow you have to change, it's disconcerting. It was just a little detail, but it is disconcerting. And having the rounds change 2 hours earlier tomorrow will be 2 hours earlier.
Right, precisely, that's what I mean.
Then it'll be on Sunday, and then 2 hours later on Monday. It's going to be a little bit difficult for the players, I think, to adjust, I think, to the schedule.
Well, one of the things that I thought was very interesting during the Sinquefield Cup is that Maurice was interviewing with Alexander Grishuk, and he was saying, Sasha, how's it going, and things like this. And he was mentioning that he had done some preparation right up into the round, right? And then suddenly, if you've got a 2-hour window where that doesn't exist, it could be very impactful. Now, in terms of the chess, though, Alejandro, I mean, nobody's saving it. I mean, this is an important event. It's the inaugural tour. The players are going to be playing their best stuff. They're not holding back for anything like the candidates. I would imagine we're going to see some really scintillating novelties, and I'm looking forward to some really great encounters.
No, I definitely expect it. It's not only an important tournament, it's going to be the one that determines the final standings.
Precisely.
And speaking of these top players, Maurice Ashley has an update for us on their current live ratings.
Well, we're at the site 2700chess.com. It keeps us up to date on what the ratings are of the best players in the world as they play. This will go live when the tournament begins, as the games go on, and then they'll update as soon as it's over. We see number 1 is Magnus Carlsen right at the top at 2834. By his standards, that's horrible. Man, this guy's been up to 2880 and a little bit higher, in fact. And now at 2834, his rating has tumbled, playing in some team events. It's just really dropped dramatically. We see also Topalov at 2803. He was up after Norway, up in the lofty area of 2820. So now he's barely above 2800, the only player above 2800 at this moment. We see Vishwanathan Anand, who was also once number 2, up at the 2820 mark. He's down to 2796. Kramnik, who's not playing in the tour. Hikaru Nakamura, 2793, also was in the 2816 range. You see, Caruana, at one point, his live rating was 2851. I mean, think about that, how much he's tumbled since his amazing tournament last year at the Sinquefield Cup here in St. Louis. And Anish Giri, a bit down. He also was very close. I think he had broken 2800 a bit. I skipped Aronian at number 6. He also dropped from 28.30 now down to 27.88, but that's actually a comeback because he'd been down as well, once number 2 in the world. So Anish, Vachier-Lagrave, another player who was, I think he was down to 27.30 this year, which was kind of ridiculous, but now he's up to 27.73. He's on a hot streak. He's rising rapidly. And Grishchuk all the way down here at number 17. He was once top 10. He's now at 27.47. Again, having some terrible results. It's been interesting at the Grand Chess Tour. We've seen a lot of battles, but in other events, these players have been fighting in these team events and other tournaments. That's been getting a big knock on their rating as other players are starting to surge as well. The final player to mention is Grandmaster Michael Adams, of course. Mickey, the London favorite player, the homegrown boy. He's certainly going to be looking to see if he can take a bite out of crime in this tournament.
Yeah, and you might be wondering where this rating goes, right? If the top players are losing rating, where is it going?
Where do the points get sprinkled around?
Right, and it's actually very interesting to see this list compared to a few months ago, because there used to be a very clear divide between number 10 and number 11 and the rest. It used to be about a 20-point gap.
Right.
It was like 27.70 to 27.50, and it was just really hard. But nowadays, you say it's much more gradual, and we see a lot of players that are breaking into this 27.60 range, more players into the 27.50. We have, for example, Pavel Elianov, who won an
brilliantly
unbelievable amount of rating in the last couple of events, especially in the World Cup, going from what's, you know, a normal super grandmaster to, wow, almost top 10 in the world.
Exactly.
And it's amazing that, you know, these players who really are very strong sometimes need just a little bit of luck, a little bit of push to be able to actually get there into the top 10.
Well, exactly, and what you mentioned, that chasing pack, that's kind of narrowing the gap and catching up. But also, don't forget these juniors. These juniors keep coming up, and they're underrated. Look at Wei Yi, you know, from China. He's coming up. And by the way, you see the players being escorted in the playing hall. There's Henrik, father of Magnus Carlsen, Vichy in the yellow. And, of course, Levon Aronian, always with the fashion statement. You know, they got to love those shirts.
Gotta love it. We also
Alexander
have
Grishchuk,
Fabiano Caruana,
Vladimir Tukmakov,
which is Giri's coach.
Which is Anish, Giri's coach. We saw Anish and Maxime.
Like everybody's ready.
Getting ready for the action. And by the way, just to mention, because I think it's quite important, is the time control for this event. As we know, it's 2 hours and 40 minutes without the increment. Not even Magnus Carlsen knew that one in round 1 of the Norway chess. It cost him 40 moves in 2 hours, followed by an hour for the entire game, with a 30-second bonus increment from move 41.
It's a very unusual time control.
Yes.
It's something that the players are not really used to, even though they've already had 2 tournaments. It's still not the classical time control that they're used to in chess tournaments. And that actually cost Magnus Carlsen a game, and some say the entire tournament.
In Vesel and Topolov. Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
In Topolov. In a completely winning position, the world champion flagged, thinking that he was going to get extra time on move 60, but he didn't, and he just let his
time expired.
Time expired, yeah.
It was a remarkable thing to watch. We were there, and we were all in open-jawed amazement. Maurice, your thoughts?
That made me think about the idea of Magnus not having to play Topolov again in round 1. Remember, he played him twice, and I believe he lost twice to Topolov. So he's thinking, all right, the tournament's already off to a good start. I don't have to play that guy right away. I'll get him later. But certainly that time control I find quite amusing when people say this time control is unusual. Is, of course, Yasser, back in the old days, we used to play 40 moves in 2 hours all the time. It was a very normal time control. In fact, it was an abbreviated time control as compared to the 40 moves in 2.5 hours that it used to be, that they used to play on. And 40 and 2 was like the quick time control almost. Nowadays, of course, you have increments. We did not have that back in the 80s or the 90s. And the players now are so used to increments that when they look at their clock, you're thinking, I'm going to move and get extra time. So that reflex does affect their performance, knowing that they will not get any extra time. It means that you have to manage your clock properly. Of course, we've seen Grishchuk just do horribly at this particular time control. He never manages his clock well. We know he's a great blitz champion. Again, winning the World Blitz Championship this year back in Berlin. but it does not help him, it seems, in this tournament, although he didn't have such a horrible result here in St. Louis when he played. So we'll see if they can manage the clock properly. We see Malcolm Payne, it was just magically on the screen and disappeared. Malcolm Payne is the organizer of the London Chess Classic, a wonderful organizer, doing great things, not just with this tournament, but also with their Chess in the Schools program. And he's on stage now as the players, it seems, are casually in the front row before they are escorted onto the stage.
I think they're just doing some speech making, and then they'll do the individual introductions. While they're doing that, one of the things that we could also talk about is the wild cards. So each event so far has had a single wild card. In Norway, of course, it was the Norwegian player Jan Ludvig Hammer.
No, he did qualify from
to make
tournament.
it. That's right. And Wesley So was our wild card here in the Sinquefield Cup. And then in London, we have the veteran, Britain's #1, Mickey Adams, who's a real crowd pleaser, very, very savvy, combative veteran. He's looking to make a couple of upsets, you know, and say, hey, wait a minute, I may be the wild card, but I sure am nobody's pushover either.
And he's going to be playing Vichy Anand, somebody that he's been playing since before I was born, and since before some of the participants of this tournament was born. They played their first game in 1986.
That doesn't seem so long ago to me. Just a second. I mean, I remember that game. It was in Oakham, wasn't it, where they played the European Junior Championships. That was great. And I've known both of these players for decades. And one of the remarkable things is in their individual matchup, my gosh, you could write 3-volume set of the games that they've played each other. They know each other backwards and forwards. Vichy, so I was really surprised statistically how well Vichy has done, and share with the audience. You've got it right in front of you there.
It seems like Vichy Anand would be the one that would write the book.
Would be the author, right?
As he is 19-7 against
19 wins
Mickey Adams, but with 36 draws. So a very high draw count. That being said, 19
wins is a lot.
19 wins to 7 is quite a remarkable score to have against any player. I mean, there's been a lot of thrashings between top players. I can recall Kasparov and Shirov being one of the classicals. Recently, Carlsen, Nakamura.
Talking about thrashings, that's even maybe worse. Yeah.
But I mean, Anand Adams is 19-7 is still pretty bad.
Yeah, but at least Mickey's got the 7. Think about Hikaru. He hasn't even got the 1. He's on the Schneid.
Are we still talking about it? Will it be this tournament?
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
And Maurice Ashley has an opinion on it.
Well, let's not denigrate Michael Adams too much. When you look at this list, he's number 20 on the list, the live list, 20th in the world. We talked about the wild cards, of course. Jan Ludvig Hammer, he was not even in top 40, 50 players in the world when he played in Norway. Wesley So of the United States, he clearly is a top 10 player, and on the list now he's at number 9. So he certainly deserved the wild card standing and could have just been seeded into the tournament before if his rating had just been a little bit higher. He had been knocked out when they chose, just slipped below the top 10 when they chose the players here. But Michael Adams at 20th is only 3 places below Grischuk. So hey, he says, I belong. This is not a tournament where he expects to be completely outclassed. He's played these players before, and certainly 7 wins against Vishwanathan Anand. That's still 7 times he got some blood. He drew some blood. So Anand knows that he can definitely lose to this opponent. All the games are going to be contentious. This, I think, is just, at the moment, a tournament of equals. The way Magnus Carlsen has not shown his best chess this year, unless he comes back to the form that we know he can play, starts to show that 28-80s type chess, then this is anybody's tournament. I think I would have said somebody is a clear favorite or top 1, this guy's going to win. I'm scared to open my mouth about this one. Usually I will have an opinion, but I don't feel like that is the case for this tournament. This is anybody's tournament.
Yeah, speaking of Adams, he actually has had a relatively good year. He started on the low 2700s, and the only reason he's not higher is that he had a really bad Shankir tournament in Azerbaijan.
Right.
And the reason, well, partially, is that he was invited very last minute. He was
Indeed.
He was invited because he was replacing, I think, Rajabov, who got sick.
Timur, yeah.
Yeah, and, well, it's difficult to go into such a strong tournament without any prior preparation, which is basically what he did. A lot of 2700s will not take that risk. Because
exactly. It's like a fighter getting scratched on the eve of the bout, and suddenly you're asked to replace the fighter. And I remember that, oh, pardon me, we've got more, Malcolm just saying the final last words as he's going to have the arbiter start.
Playing white against Levon from the United States. A man now famous in the chess world for his winning streaks. Winning all these games in a row. I think it's 7, it's called doing Caruana, or winning 5 in a row. It's sort of doing a mini Caruana. Please welcome Fabiano Caruana. It's with some relief that I ask you to welcome the next player, because we were a little worried that he wasn't going to get his visa, but it seems like the British Embassy in Moscow works a little bit better than it used to, particularly if you purchase the premium service. Hey, Alex. We managed to get him here on time. Please welcome Alexander Grishuk. And Alex is playing popular figure here at the Classic. We love his style of play. We're delighted that he's now won a Classic. Please welcome from the United States, Hikaru Nakamura. And today's game, centre stage, the wildcard entry, the UK #1. Always delights us with his chess here in London. Please welcome Michael Adams. And we'll be playing another player who we've welcomed to every single London Chess Classic. He and I are currently having a private battle over who can eat the most of the hare and tortoise over the road. It's one of the best. That's the only reason I put the Classic here, of course. Please welcome former world champion from India, Vachier-Lagrave. And as is traditional at the Classic, Chess in Schools and Communities, of course, was the driving force behind the creation of the Classic, and so we always like to have a junior player make the first move. So I'd like you all to welcome, from Watford, just north of London, Jeff Tommy. Jeff, come on up. Now, Jeff, I think what I'll do, actually, since he's playing white, I'll have you make the first move for Vichy. So, I understand that you're a very strong player. You're playing in the under 1800 tournament, so you know how to move the pieces. What do you normally play for your first move? You usually play d4. Okay. Well, if you'd like to make that move for Vichy, we'll see if he likes it. Very good. You want to do it again just for the photographers? Put your hand on the... Make it again. Replay it again. That's it. Everyone got that? Great. Thanks a lot. Well done. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Well, it's time to start the chess. So, I'll hand you over to my favourite chief arbiter.
Just take this back.
Yeah, just like card out.
Well, let's keep it very simple. I see that somebody's using their tablet for photography.
Just being reminded
for the first 5 minutes, that's
of the time control.
Very good. Clever.
All right, well, the last tournament we had, Magnus Carlsen unfortunately wasn't present for this, and this is why he didn't know the time control. They're being just reminded. But the players, usually they just ignore it, and they're focusing since they know very well what they're getting into. A lot of interesting chess. I'm really curious about some of these openings, and it seems like we have round 1 underway.
And Veselin Topalov, I just saw, looked like he played d4, and indeed he is open against Anish Giri 1d4.
Right, and we're going to see if Anish plays one of his very solid openings. He's known to be Not a very crazy player, sticks with his repertoire usually.
Yeah, and his repertoire for many years has included the Grunfeld defense.
It does seem like we're heading that way.
And it does look like but he's also mixed it up a little bit. He's quite cagey, and again, we mentioned at the opening of the show how Anish is undefeated. It's just a remarkably solid performance from. Is he the youngest? I believe he
is the youngest player in the tour. Yes.
Yeah. So, you don't expect this type of solidity from somebody this young, but and they have.
It's going to be a Fianchetto type of Grunfeld, extremely solid, not just a little bit solid, extremely solid.
Yeah.
And we have a quick Queen A4 idea,
Whoa.
which is something that I've seen before. Actually, I've prepared this myself. The idea here is that if you go Bishop G7 as
For
normal,
example, yeah.
White has the possibility of capturing on D5, and Black cannot recapture with the pawn.
Right.
It's as simple as that. So it causes a little bit of discomfort for the Black pieces.
Because you have to recapture with the knight. Isn't
Yeah.
this fairly typical Grunfeld stuff anyway?
But you're at least preventing the symmetrical pawn structure with taking on D5. That's the only reason this variation exists.
Queen A4.
Right. Is it that dangerous? I don't know. Giri, I know, has looked at it.
Of course.
But I'm wondering if he wasn't prepared for it, wasn't expecting it, and is deciding which variation he wants to employ. He could take on C4, he can play Bishop G7. I believe even the move Knight BD7 is possible.
Yes, or I was about to say Knight BD7, just breaking this pin. So, as you were saying, Alejandro, in case of CD5, Black could toss in Knight B6 first, if he wished, or probably he should for that matter, attacking the queen and then being able to, as you say, reestablish symmetry with C takes D5. So Knight BD7. But on the other hand, who knows? Maybe the queen could post up on A5. It looks a little bit strange to get your queen out so early in the game.
Don't we talk about that with beginners?
All the time.
Isn't there a movie that's about that?
Yeah.
Searching for Bobby Fischer. Don't bring the queen out.
Don't bring the queen out so early. And let me just go around the horn a quick bit. Vichy Anand. It's funny, in Norway, Jan Ludvig Hammer, when he was playing black, would play a reverse Sicilian.
Every game.
Every game. And it was like there was a line of players who were taking down poor Hammer on the white side, and we have that same reverse Sicilian in the game between Vichy and Mickey.
Always popular, this reverse Sicilian. And it's always something that, even though it's not a top theoretical challenge to black, it always peeks through. It always something like, oh, what do I feel like playing today? Oh, reverse Sicilian will do.
There you go. And Levon Aronian, true to his style, has always played classical king pawn defenses to 1 E4. Against Fabiano Caruana, he's done the same. They had a game like this in the Sinquefield Cup, where remember there was that move Rook B1 and a variation very similar.
Oh, I remember, a very mysterious.
Yeah, and it worked out like a charm. And one of the things that's really amazing about Levon when he's black is he plays E4, E5 defenses, but he's really dangerous with black, as Magnus Carlsen himself discovered in the Reykjavik European Team Championships. That Magnus lost. And Maurice, any insights for today's openings?
Well, just mentioning this particular position that you talked about, Yas, from remember last year in the Sinquefield Cup, this is exactly the same position that they battled. Caruana, in his 7-0 streak, was able to defeat Aronian in their individual matchup precisely in this opening. Had a wonderful game, played like a genius. We thought he didn't have much coming out of the opening, but he showed his style and class in this exact position. He did trade on E6, was how he played last year. And he dominated him in that game, did Caruana, but that's the last time he's defeated Aronian. They've drawn several times. Aronian got him back in Blitz in Norway, then defeated him in their 1-to-1 matchup in Norway, and then defeated him again here in the Sinquefield Cup, exacting revenge for last year's loss. So this matchup, certainly an important one right out the gates. You know that Caruana is having memories of defeating him the last time. Will he be able to finally get back at him and win today's game?
And it seems like we already have a different move here in the Caruana-Aronian game, as I see that Caruana has moved
D4. Definitely. And just as Maurice was pointing out, I think that game, it went like bishop takes.
D6.
And wasn't there like a B4 at some point, and then there was something like a rook B1, something like this.
There was something like this at some point.
Yeah, and it was really trench warfare, but somehow White ended up emerging with a kingside initiative just out of the blue.
Yeah, he managed to win a very nice game, even though we didn't quite understand how.
Right, exactly. It was something very, very special. Let's continue just to look around. A mainline Sveshnikov. It looks like Magnus Carlsen playing black.
Don't think I've ever seen Magnus play a Sveshnikov.
Well, let's just say you got me stumped myself. I can't just like throw it out there. Magnus plays a lot of stuff. It's very hard
of stuff.
But certainly the Sveshnikov hasn't been.
And I love the contrast of styles
of his repertoire.
Aronian is the type of player that knows his very solid repertoire extremely deeply and only plays that. I mean, you cannot pay Aronian to play E4, C5. He will not do it.
Exactly.
But Magnus seems to not know everything as deeply as, for example, as Aronian. And sometimes he gets punished, like in the team championship, he was out-prepared with White and lost. But sometimes he's able to play whatever and surprise his opponents. For example, now playing a Sveshnikov Sicilian, which is a very solid opening. It's now become a very solid opening. It used to be a very crazy sharp Sicilian. But nowadays it's transformed itself into a rather dull, solid opening, mainly because of the efforts of Gelfand in showing some very kind of quiet variations. But
where White can press a little
bit, but it's nothing special. We have one of those type of positions where White takes on F6 before, after playing knight D5 instead of D4, which is a very big difference. Allowing Black to take back with the bishop. He has established this knight on D5. It's never going to go away. But on the other hand, Black has the pair of bishops, and he's basically saying that the knight on D5 is cool, but it's not enough to bring you an advantage.
Exactly, and oftentimes this bishop somehow slips to G5, where it's like active, and this knight on D5 just looks very pretty, but oftentimes it also acts as a blockader against the D6 pawn. So, but all of these moves are very well known, in fact.
Rook B8 is definitely not the main line. Bishop G5 is the main line, but Rook B8 is something that's seen very often. I mean, it's also almost as common. And going into more opening theory, let's go with Maurice Ashley, who has updates in one of the games.
Well, just to update this game, I stand corrected. Fabiano Caruana actually defeated Levon Aronian in the Grenke Chess Classic this year, so that has been his last victory, but then he got defeated twice. Remember, there was a time when Aronian was by far and away the #2 challenger. I mean, the #2 player in the world, the one that everybody thought, that could be a great matchup. Carlsen versus Aronian in a world championship. Everybody wanted to see Aronian, very smooth, very solid, a great player, genius player. In fact, some of his games are just absolutely brilliant. And then it was really last year when that was usurped by Fabiano Caruana, when everybody was saying it's Fabi who we want to see play against Carlsen. Since then, it's been topsy-turvy, and now no one really knows. That will be decided at the Candidates Tournament in March. Now, we should say, when Nakamura was here in St. Louis, the last time when he played against Caruana in the match that they had here, the showdown in St. Louis, Naka said he's not sure that you're going to see a lot of theory being played here in London. He was going to be careful himself to reveal too much because he had his eye on the Candidates Tournament in March. Though when Fabi came down, he said, I'm not thinking about March right now. I want to focus on my next tournament. I got my eyes on the London Chess Classic as a big event. So we'll see how much theory gets played. Keep IR to see how many mainline openings are played at this tournament, as the players definitely all want to be the one to play against Magnus Carlsen in next year's World Championship.
And speaking of mainline theory, let's go take a look at the last game we haven't actually seen yet, this Hikaru Nakamura game that he's black against Alexander Grischuk. And I have to say, one of the biggest disappointments I've seen in an opening being incorporated to a player was Hikaru Nakamura choosing to add the Berlin defense to his repertoire. I always felt that he was a very fun, very exciting, very topsy-turvy player with the black pieces. He loved playing these sharp lines, and suddenly he was starting to play the Berlin, which I never thought really suited him. I've never thought of him as a particularly good Berlin player, the way that I think Caruana is a very good Berlin player, even sometimes Carlsen. But he's shown some decent success with it in some events. I don't recall any particularly good victories by him with black, which I think is a key factor of being a good Berlin player, that once in a while you strike against your opponent. But he's held his own. He's held a lot of draws. I know that he suffered a lot of defeats, and he's very, very close to losing a couple of other games. I particularly remember him against Caruana
in the Sinfield Cup final round,
which was completely losing and
exchange
sacrifice and miraculously held on. But here he is, and I think that because of his opponent, who his opponent is, this is a better decision than usual, because Alexander Grischuk is also a very dynamic, very aggressive player who I don't also consider to be a particularly good Berlin type of positional practitioner.
Yeah, certainly from the black side. I know that Grischuk has won some really nice victories. I remember in particular a game he absolutely crushed Sergei Karyakin in a Tata Steel chess festival. That was Sergei had mistimed a c5, and Alexander Grischuk had established a knight on d5 and absolutely won a scorcher. I also recall, just from what you were saying there, a just marvelous U.S. championship where Hikaru Nakamura black against Gata Kamsky in a near must-win game. Gata played it was a mainline Najdorf, and Hikaru played just a beautiful game. I mean, belongs in the Sicilian Hall of Fame, and won, and then went on to win the U.S. championship as well. Yeah, picking up the Berlin. It's true. It doesn't seem to suit. And let's see, G4, I mean, this must be regarded, I guess, as the latest and greatest. In principle, of course, White has this kingside majority. E5, F2, G2, H3, and he wants to use it. Right. A lot of players with the white pieces shy away from this early G4 because they're very fearful that black's counterplay with H5, an early thrust G4 could get mistimed. Nonetheless, Grischuk, very, very accomplished player, has played this move G4. Knight came to D4, and now we see this move King H2. Why? Well, H7, H5 is on black's agenda. And this move King H2, White readies after H5 the move King G3. Looks a little bit strange, but on the other hand, by supporting the pawn on G4, White is hoping that he'll get in a very quick F4 and F5. Here things can get a little bit strange, but a common idea for black is actually to play knight to D5. And I remember a game, I think it was actually between Mickey and Vichy, where you got a kind of a structure like this, that actually it turned out that White had some chances. And wasn't it Elianov who actually had a loss? He lost recently in Berlin with black. It was from the European Team Championships, I believe.
It was actually against Grischuk.
Was it Grischuk?
It was against somebody, but I'm having trouble remembering
who it was. Right.
I know that Grischuk beat somebody in the Berlin, but I'm having trouble if it was against France or against Ukraine. It was one of the two matches. He either beat Elianov or Vachier, but I cannot remember which one was which. My memory.
Yeah. We see so many games these days. It's been a golden era for chess because there have been so many great events. The inaugural Grand Chess Tour. I mean, just look at what that's accomplished, bringing the top players together. 3 events in a row. That's fantastic.
No, we've had absolutely great events, and actually the players had something to say about what they thought the tournament was after the Grand Chess Tour was after 2 tournaments. So we have a little feature with them.
It's been a lot of fun playing the Grand Chess Tour so far. It's been 2 of my favorite tournaments in Norway Chess and also the Sinfield Cup.
My experience competing in the Grand Chess Tour has been pretty good so far. I've come very close to winning in both events, and I've had stable results. Certainly going to the third event, I have a good chance to potentially win the whole thing overall.
I haven't won any of the two tournaments, so this might be my chance.
I was not happy with my play or my result, and I had a tough start. But hopefully I can recover in this final leg.
I had a much better result in Norway than St. Louis, but I hope to do well here.
Well, it's been very interesting to watch the tournaments from home, and it's great to take part in it.
Well, so far it could have been better, of course. I'm still a leader, but this is like the final tournament, and for sure it will be very tough. I'm pretty much sure that the winner here will be also the overall winner of Grand Chess Tour.
Well, so far I've had quite a lot of fun. I mean, it's always great to play against these guys, and I hope to show you even better results.
I don't think anyone has a guarantee to be a favorite in this kind of event.
So far, for most of the players, everything is still open, and I believe the person who wins this tournament is most likely to be the overall winner anyway.
It's really going to come down to who finishes, I think, in first and second place.
My results haven't been too good, so I'm hoping to redeem myself here in London.
It's interesting the way the players refer to it. They never say this particular player is leading until they're like, wow, it's completely over.
Right.
The way, for example, Caruana was leading in the Singfield Cup a couple of years ago, but nowadays they're like, okay, whoever wins this one, they'll take it.
The odds on. You know, and just in that feature, first of all, I thought Hikaru looked particularly jet-lagged, but I was forcefully reminded of the game in the Singfield Cup, where basically on the last move of time control, essentially Caruana blundered against world champion Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus, who had been in bad shape that whole game, turned the tables, and how truly meaningful it was for the standings. And I'm just thinking that in this event, we're going to have $100,000 swings come the final round, you know, as the players jockey for position in the tour.
No, the tournament's definitely wide open, and I think that the fact that Magnus Carlsen is in striking position but not in one of the top three will make it even more interesting.
Yeah.
And we have Maurice Ashley with more analysis from the opening.
Well, I don't know why I'm so fascinated by this particular matchup, but it's getting more and more weird. You know, back in the 18th century, the great French player André Philidor said, "Les pions sont l'âme des échecs," which means the pawns are the soul of chess. And even today, the pawns still hold primacy when you're looking at pawn structures, when you're looking at how to play the game. And this one, I looked at it and I said, why does this remind me of a Sveshnikov? Like, you look at it, right? Immediately, if after bishop e3, he could have played the move c6, Aronian, and after takes, well, look at this pawn formation. It looks oddly, you look at the pawn formation, like the game between Vachier-Lagrave and Magnus Carlsen. It's the exact same pawn formation, but with some differences. Of course, the light square bishop is still on the board, and the extra knight for white, if we go back to this position, again, the position I'm showing you after the move c6, which my engine is not letting me do. I see, because it's white's move. So after bishop to e3, c6, and takes, it's the exact same pawn distribution on this board as well. That could have happened in this game. Of course, the rook on a2 is somewhat weird, but again, the ideas of putting a pawn onto a4, as would happen in a Sveshnikov, could happen. The control of the d5 square. Again, no light squared bishop, though, for black. Very important, because in the Sveshnikov, black usually has this light squared bishop, and that is a big part of what keeps him in the game, is to have this piece, which is a very strong piece for him. However, Aronian decided, you know what? It's not really a Sveshnikov. I'm going to play this move, queen to c8. Talk about a weird-looking move, stepping one square to the right, this queen. Is he preparing c6? Is he preparing to go to g4 and some demonstration on the king side? Not clear, but again, that interweaving of pawns and strategies and openings, players all know you cannot just study one opening. You want to be able to incorporate ideas from many different openings so that you can be able to play the specific opening you're playing and know when a pattern is good or if it's not, and steer clear of bad positions. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And this also, it really is from the same Ruy Lopez opening.
And it's always useful for chess players to not only know one opening, but at the top they know all openings because the pawn structure changes into each other so often. A lot of times I tell players that it's not so important for you to know specific moves of theory, but the understanding of why you're playing certain moves. And in the pawn structures, you understand why you're putting your pawns in certain squares, why you're weakening certain squares. So for example, this break that Maurice plays with c6, you know, it comes to him as natural as breathing.
Right.
But you have to understand, why are you weakening your d6 square? Why are you giving up the d5 square? And it's something that, you know, it takes some practice, knowing that in this Sveshnikov and the Ruy Lopez, there's things that you can do. And hopefully we get a little bit of insight into the chess players, as they will be having access to the confessional booth.
Oh yes, our
London.
innovation.
Our innovation there in London. And well, hopefully they use it sometime soon. The openings are just about getting done in London, so we're probably going to be expecting them sometime in the middle game.
Exactly. I just wanted to say one of the books that made a strong impression as I was growing up was Ruben Fine's Ideas Behind the Chess Openings. So it's exactly what you're talking about. Instead of just simply memorizing the latest wrinkle in, let's say, the Sicilian Dragon, you would understand the plans and strategies. And when I was looking at this game of Levon, Aronian, and Caruana, I was forcibly reminded of this opening that I had studied as a kid. Okay, this is the classical Ruy Lopez, if you will. We're just going to go into what was then considered the main line, d6, c3, and castles. So when I was a kid, one of the things I always asked myself, why the heck does everybody play h3? I mean, what is that a move? Are you really afraid of this move, bishop g4? And there was a time that the most fashionable move for white, just a second, let me get my mouse, was d4, just going for the center. Then black would play bishop to g4, bishop d5, pardon me, d5, knight a5, bishop c2. And as you start to make a comparison between Caruana's position and Levon Aronian's position, they thought that the theory then and the theory today has established that black it's absolutely essential to play this move c7, c6 in order to get counterplay. If we go to the game at hand, to the position at hand, and we see this move queen c8, that prepares the c7, c6. And I like this move very much. Let's say white plays a move like rook a2. Now after c6 takes, I really like the idea of recapturing of the queen rather than recapturing of the knight. Then it feels to me like a very close to a Najdorf Sicilian, where your knight actually is nicely placed on d7, a little bit more flexible, can go to c5, can go to b6. And somehow I feel that, once again, Levon, with his deep knowledge and understanding, has out-prepared his opponent. This looks like a perfectly reasonable position for black.
And interestingly, in the other variation you were mentioning earlier, after the c6 break, white does take on c6. You actually don't take back with the knight. You develop your queen and then take the doomed pawn on c6.
On c6, that's right.
Right, with the queen.
It's a nice little nuance. There isn't, So this idea of knowing the strategies of one particular line can sometimes morph into a different opening, but you get the same ideas. And this is a nice one. I like what Levon is doing.
And we do see Fabiano Caruana deep in thought after this move. So it seems like he's out of preparation in a position that, well, it doesn't seem like it's the latest and greatest in theory, but it does seem like the pawn structure is going to be something that is a little bit of annoying for Fabiano right now to figure out. I actually was thinking about this position on my own. I'm not really sure what to play here for white.
Right. It's sort of like you want to somehow take advantage of the fact that maybe this pawn is, standing out here on b5. A move like a4 would be highly desirous, except it just loses the pawn after b4, and the pawn on e4 gets captured. Just a second. And if we do some preparatory move like knight d2 in order to get in a4, well, black is simply too fast.
Right. It seems like knight d2 lets go of the center for no particular reason.
Exactly.
Also, I have to worry about knight g4. My bishop on e3 is trapped.
Yeah, so that's not really working. The other thing is, well, this bishop on e3 may look good, but it doesn't do anything in particular. Maybe something to be said for bishop g5 right away. The idea is that if you play c6, I could do what they do in the Sveshnikov and try to go for a quick occupation of the square d5. Now here, one thing, I noticed that with the rook on a2, how silly that looks, Alejandro. Isn't that, you don't see that kind of a tactic very often, like that, you know, you go queen c4, hitting the pawn on e4 as well as the pawn on a2. That's a bizarre one. You won't see that in your opening manuals.
An interesting position, I think, still full of possibilities. I like this bishop g5 move as a preparatory idea, but of course the problem with it would be that, well, black's probably not going to play c6 immediately. He's going to have just other options.
Right, including knight bd7. It's like black is in a hurry on the one hand to play c7, c6, but he can do it on his time. I mean, he's not the one that has to you press matters, whereas white suddenly, his position's a little rigid, not so flexible, and well, again, I think Levon will be very satisfied with the outcome of this particular opening.
I definitely agree. And Maurice has more insights on the opening.
Again, we're talking pawn structure, and you know, you go over games. You made this big point, Alejandro. You said they study all the openings. I'm sure a lot of students out there went, oh my God, really? I got to study all the openings? No, let's just clarify that point. It's not about studying the openings intimately. It's about knowing the structures and general directions of all the openings. Not just saying, I only study this tunnel vision opening, but that you go over so many games in your life, just studying grandmaster games, the games of the great players, that you realize that in that structure, this is what they like to do. And even though you don't study the nuances, the fine points of move orders, you do know the general direction and the kind of important things that happen in that kind of structure. So when you go back to your pet opening, you can say, oh yeah, that reminds me of something else that I've seen. And something that happened to me just now, it flicked off a memory. Take a look at this game between Vasyl Topalov and Anish Giri in the Grunfeld. And in this position, Giri played the move e5, bursting out with this move e5. Looks a bit unusual. The bishop is now, and knight and queen are happy. They're training their sights on the square. Certainly, this d-pawn may not be happy to have seen the move e5 appear on the board. But this bishop is quite happy along this long diagonal, and that is the point, a very aggressive move, not typical from the youngster Giri. We know he's very solid. He doesn't try to do too much with the black pieces, as he hasn't lost a game in the entire tour. But e5, certainly hyper-aggressive. And when I saw it, I said, does that remind me of something else? So I had to go look it up. And indeed, I was correct. It was in this moment that Bobby Fischer against Byrne, one of the Byrne brothers, I think it was Robert Byrne, he was playing against. And in this position, a very famous game where right now Fischer himself played e5. And take a look at the differences, because there's a knight on b6 in the game with Giri, and his bishop is still back home on c8. Fischer had gotten these two moves in to play this move e5. One of the most spectacular games in chess history. A great win by Fischer. If you haven't seen it, then you have to see it. This is the necessity of having a great chess culture, of reading the classics, of making sure you know all the great games, because you never know. This game was played in 1963, and we fast forward ahead 52 years. And again, we see the move e5, of course, the difference being quite real. Knight on b6 instead, and bishop on c8. We'll see if that nuance makes a difference in this particular pawn structure.
And we're going to give you a chance to actually go over that game, if you want to look it up in your database or online, as we take a very short commercial break as we're finishing the openings in the London Chess Classic, round 1. We'll be right back.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
Welcome to Chess.com. Chess.com is social. Now you can play chess with your friends whenever you want, whether that's middle of the day or middle of the night. You can get instantly matched up with one of over 5 million other members from around the world. You play live games in real time, turn-based games at your convenience, or tournaments with anyone at any time. Chess.com is mobile. You can play online from your computer, or you can play on the go from your tablet or your smartphone. No matter where you go, whether you're at work, grabbing a bite to eat, or just enjoying some time at the park, your games are there with you, and keeping multiple chess games going has never been easier. Chess.com is for learning. Don't just play chess, get better. The best chess training resources have never been more accessible. Learn essential chess strategy quickly and easily with the extremely popular Tactics Trainer tool. Improve your game in ways you didn't know were possible with training videos by chess masters. And regardless of where you're at now, take your game to the next level with multiple simple-to-use training tools. Chess.com is for everyone. Over 250 million chess games have been played on Chess.com. And it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com is the place to play and learn chess. So create your free account now and see what Chess.com is for you.
I'm Mike Matheny, and there's nothing better than watching some of the best players compete at the highest level. St. Louis has a long tradition of great players and championship moments. Beginning August 23rd, St. Louis will witness another great sporting event as the 2015 Sinquefield Cup plays host to the 10 top chess players in the world. You can watch in person at the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, or watch online at grandchesstour.com. You won't want to miss a moment of this historic tournament.
We're live here from London, so we're underway on round 1 of the London Chess Classic, and we have some interesting openings, a lot of solid defenses from black it seems, and we're going to have to see how the white players decides to crack it down. We're analyzing right on the break the game between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, and even though it doesn't seem like the most exciting game yet, it's something very interesting because we're always interested in this pawn structure that's ever-changing and ever-present, especially the Ruy Lopez type of pawn structures, that these little nuances really make a big difference. And it seems like Fabiano Caruana is still kind of thinking about how to crack open black's position, which looks ultra solid.
Exactly. Let me just say, before I jump into that game, I was channeling my inner Maurice Ashley. Because Maurice, when he saw that move of Anish Giri against Veselin Topalov, the game that I've got up on my screen, I immediately flashed Robert Byrne, Bobby Fischer, and I said, my God, that was a great game. But it wasn't just the game that made the impression on me, it was the story behind the game. And the story was that as Bobby was making all of his sacrifices, there was live Grandmaster commentary during that U.S. Championship. And the Grandmaster commentary team was saying Bobby was lost. Bobby had a lost position. Robert Byrne, he comes into the commentary hall. They said, what are you doing here? He says, well, the game's over. They said, did you win? Robert looked at them very strangely. He said, no, I resigned. And as a kid, I just found that fascinating that top grandmasters didn't understand Bobby's play. Now, of course, the idea behind the move by Anish Giri, as Maurice was saying, is Anish is not sitting back waiting for white to pile up on this pawn on d5. Rather, he's trying to get in his break. And after something like, for example, takes, either knight takes, but I'm thinking bishop takes, and what Anish is thinking is like, okay, I can get in this d5, d4, there's going to be a whole lot of trades, and the game's going to end up being a draw. Also, there's even bishop g4 for black. So it's a very active defense. Now, coming back to the game that you're talking about there, that was the Levon Aronian game.
Right.
Let me just bring that up on my screen.
Really point out the difference between chess players, let's say in the olden age and now, because a lot of players always like to compare, you know, who would win between Fischer.
Absolutely.
And, like,
I play
whoever.
those games all the time with everybody I can.
But sometimes to me it doesn't make any sense, because you mentioned some of the top grandmasters back then criticizing the move e5.
Right.
And as I sit here, I already have all this knowledge that, you know, happened years before I was born.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, of course you go e5. Like, that's the whole point of the position.
Right.
And to me it's interesting that there was a point in history where e5 was considered to be dubious and like not the move.
Not only dubious, just blunderful.
Yeah, and to me it was like, well, I mean, what else are you supposed to do? Of course you go e5.
Well, and the reason for that was because of the technical prowess of Anatoly Karpov. And at his heyday, I mean, a weak square, a weak pawn, he would ruthlessly exploit. And the move e5, you got an isolated d5 pawn. You didn't want to play it against Anatoly Karpov. And so that was why, you know, he kind of put a kibosh on these liberating moves that had some static weaknesses but dynamic potential.
Speaking of that, for example, this Sveshnikov Sicilian, which was once upon a time considered to be just
unplayable,
opening.
like dumb, yeah.
Nowadays we see it at the top of the chess tournament, as Maurice has some explanation for us on this particular open.
Magnus.
Indeed, it looks like great minds think alike. I was thinking the exact same thing. The Sveshnikov itself was garbage. I mean, how can you play like this? Until the players from Chelyabinsk in Russia played just like this, Sveshnikov being the leading exponent, and all of a sudden everybody said, oh, this stuff is actually sound. You can play like this. Now, the move bishop takes knight, I often talk about how bishop takes knight is the most important exchange in all of chess at the grandmaster level. It's the one move that imbalances the position in a very specific way, creating the minor piece imbalance. And whenever you play bishop takes knight, it's always important which bishop took the knight. In this case, the dark squared bishop took the knight. That means that white will have a light square dominance, because this bishop cannot guard the light squares. These two pieces will cancel out, but this knight can attack light squares that this bishop cannot. So you watch the game proceed: c3, castles, knight c2, rook b8, and bam, an assault on the light squares, because you have a light square preponderance. However, this game took a curious turn. After takes, Vachier-Lagrave played the move knight c to b4, and after knight takes, c takes b4, and now the position is very strange indeed. He's still hoping that his light square piece will dominate. That knight looks very strong. Now take a look at the way the engine plays, and look at that. Magnus has found the very first move. Engine's main line, bishop to b7. Now you may wonder, so what's that bishop doing on b7? Well, I just snap my pawn back. I'm nice and comfy, and instantly the engine gives bishop takes d5 as the prime move. This has been the dream of white to start with. I want to dominate the light squares, and now complete domination of the light squares by all of white's pieces that are currently in the game. These two on light squares. This bishop wants to get out, but the problem is black dominates on the dark squares in this position, and it's not so easy. The initiative is with black. Queen to d7, first of all, attacking the rook. Forget the pawn. You want it, you can have it. Now that you've won your light squares, let's talk dynamics. Your king is still in the center, rook coming down. This b pawn is hanging. That one will drop as well. But again, let's talk about this piece. If we make a couple of moves, bishop e2, rook takes b4, looking to win yet another pawn, also with the move rook d4 on tap. And don't get funky and try to win your pawn back, because after rook c1 check, now this crazy move, queen c8, and suddenly you can't castle because of rook to d4. Thank you very much. Stuff's just dropping. All of a sudden, black has tremendous dynamics. Now, we all started back here with Magnus's first move, bishop to b7. Who would have thought that that one bishop that you think you want to keep would now want to trade on d5? I'll make this point as well. Bishop takes d5, e takes d5. The engines give a5 out of nowhere, again attacking on the dark squares, looking to get down to b2. And if you try to calm it down, e4, and this bishop erupts. So not so easy to control the game. A wild battle potentially in this Sveshnikov, and MVL is well aware that there are dangers in this position, and he has taken on a4. Will Magnus play this incredibly counterintuitive move, bishop takes d5?
I always felt the Sveshnikov was counterintuitive as it is.
It is.
And in the spirit of the position, if you don't play counterintuitive, I feel like you're just going to be worse. And I think that the knight on d5, even though sometimes you kind of leave it there, taking on d5 right now, because I am a Sveshnikov player, looks like the thing you have to do. You just have to liberate your pieces.
I remember analyzing the Sveshnikov with a very talented Dutch junior player, Daniel Stelwagen. And Daniel just loved the Sveshnikov because he said it was so easy for Black. Black makes all of these sacrifices to liberate his pieces, and at the end of the game, you know, he has all of this dynamic play. And this is like these moves a5, and I wanted to toss in something that Maurice had said in that one line as well. Like after bishop b7, if white tries to calm it down, as Maurice so aptly described it, if he tries to calm it down by playing knight c3 with the slow idea of rook takes a4 and bishop c4, well, Daniel Stelwagen will be the first to tell you just play d5 here. Whenever you get a liberating break, you go for it. And if you take with a pawn, well, this is just instantly understood by Sveshnikov. Another liberating break. And it's so easy for Black to play. So Daniel loved the Sveshnikov. And again, it was so hard for players like me because, you know, we had been raised just thinking it's unplayable. Garbage was the actual word used by Maurice. And indeed, suddenly the garbage becomes really playable. And in the early days, by the way, the early adopters of the Sveshnikov won an amazingly number of easy victories as Black.
Absolutely.
It was like white players just didn't understand what was going on. It was incredible.
Right, and it had a very strong resurgence in the very early 2000s. I remember that Vachier-Lagrave and Leko, as opposite players as you can think of, both adopted the Sveshnikov with very, very good results. And at some point, even Topalov was playing it.
Maybe even Gary, right?
Gary gave it a whirl.
Yep.
I mean, it was definitely at the top of everybody's list for some time. And mainly out of fashion, I think it dropped by a little bit. But some people have kept it on their permanent repertoire. And I think that the dynamic possibilities given by all these sacrifices is particularly what fuels the ability to keep it as a mainstream opening.
Yeah. Every time you think a mainstream defense or a mainstream opening has gotten killed, whether it be a dragon, a Grunfeld, a King's Indian, somehow it comes back into fashion because of some innovation, some creative idea.
And Yasser, I want to ask you a question.
Please.
In your life, how many times have you heard the dragon is dead?
Oh, about it once every 10 years. I mean, it just goes through these. I remember in the 1970s, I was playing in the U.S. Junior Championships with John Fedorowicz. John Fedorowicz loved the dragon as Black. One time he just got his head kicked in by some wonderful, you know, innovation, and he drop kicked his favorite Sicilian hardback book down the stairs. He said, "I'll never play the dragon again." And then, you know, like Magnus started taking up the dragon before he became world champion. By the way, I wanted to draw your attention to the game between Alexander Grishuk, Hikaru Nakamura. We saw this move, King H2. Hikaru has gone into the tank. I don't think he's moved in 20 minutes.
That's a very deep think, actually, because I remember he was on 157, I want to say, before Grishuk played King H2.
And then he hasn't moved. And by the standards of the Berlin, I just want to say that normally speaking, you play these positions quite quickly. I mean, he knows what's what in these positions. And
it's a very subtle kind of position, because I feel that just a little mistake by Black makes this position quite bad.
Right.
You have to be very careful, especially with the way that White's playing so aggressively with G4, King H2, wanting to play F4, F5, not developing his bishop on C1 just yet. I mean, it definitely gives Hikaru the impression that if he's not careful in the next couple of moves, if he plays some kind of inaccuracies, he's going to be facing some kind of unpleasantries. And we've seen Grishuk, as we were mentioning earlier, being able to really exploit them in a very past few months.
Yeah, and it is what you say, a very concrete position. But if we were to take, let us say, the standard Berlin approach, which is to play H5, trying to create this weakness on G4, King G3, a trade, okay, these pieces are quite passive, so you want to play knight d5, right? And you're gaining a tempo. Again, I'm not saying that this is the best or worst move, but if you trade, you'd think that this position, somehow black would have worked out the kinks, but it is a difficult position to really get a firm grip on, because at first blush, you've got the two bishops and your pawn structure has suddenly been improved, right? So you think this is more than acceptable until you remember black's king can't castle.
It's every time I feel like, oh yeah, black's doing great, it's just castle and you're done with it.
Right.
But you can't, and with black's king being so weak on e8, always afraid of an e6 break coming.
Precisely.
It's just like, what do I do with my pieces? How do I coordinate them?
Right.
And it becomes so difficult to actually answer this in what otherwise would be a very normal position.
Right, and that's the thing. White doesn't have to do anything particular special, and you'll recall in Stavanger in Norway that Fabiano Caruana defeated world champion Magnus Carlsen in a game that really, okay, Magnus did err, but imperceptibly, but before that error, he was under great pressure. It was like the Berlin had a problem.
Right, it already had some issues in that position. It wasn't just that he blundered, which he did.
Right.
But already in that position wasn't comfortable.
Exactly. And this is the thing that I think why Hikaru is going into a very deep think, is because the normal remedies that black would undertake to diffuse white's initiative aren't there. I mean, normally you get something like an A5 and an A4. You kind of remind white that there is a queen side on the board. Well, there's nothing going on the queen side in this structure. And again, from white's point of view, you mentioned it very accurately. When white gets in the move F5, with black's king constantly stuck in the center, this sword of Damocles is just hanging over. There's always this E6 tactical potential in white's position, and it's not easy for black to diffuse this kind of slow initiative, this building.
E6 is definitely a very key move in the Berlin. I remember the game Kasparov-Kramnik from Astana, which was the first time that they played at Berlin after the World Championship. Kasparov won brilliantly with an E6 sacrifice, a straight-up sacrifice. Yeah. And since then, it's become a staple of something that black really has to be careful of.
Yeah.
And actually, Grischuk won a game very recently also with this E6 break. So it's definitely something that Hikaru has to be considering, is that as soon as white's able to play e6, he needs to be able to have an appropriate response to it. And it's not always good just to capture the pawn. Sometimes it has to be capture the pawn and make sure your position is not collapsing.
Well put. Any particular favorites that we haven't seen? The Vichy Anand game. Oh, pardon me. This is the Magnus Carlsen game. Rook takes a4. And I would just wanted to go to Vichy's game because that was, I keep going up. Okay.
So we got a very standard reverse dragon kind of position.
Right. So in these positions, as white, the interesting thing for me, when I play white's position, I like this bishop on c1 to come to the long diagonal.
Right.
I've never really been that big a fan of putting it on e3. I know it's a popular decision. In my career, the most considered the most aggressive move was a3 followed by b4. Vichy took an approach that I think he took also in Norway, which was to bring the bishop to e3. This slow play, this rook e8, bishop f8 by Mickey, that's always been the classical way of doing things for black. You just simply overprotect this pawn on e5, and you stick your knight on d4. And it's considered that when you play knight to d4, anytime white trades, black ends up with his rook nicely placed on e8, putting pressure down on this pawn on e2.
It's the most standard setup, I would guess, against this kind of structure.
Precisely.
And it's actually made the bishop b3 move more of a sideline, I would say, nowadays.
Yeah,
Even though
yeah.
it was once considered to be the most natural way of developing, I definitely see A3, B4 more commonly.
Right.
I even saw Nakamura play against Sevian recently in the Millionaire Chess Tournament. He played a very quick Rook B1, B4.
Right.
And I thought that changed the character of the position quite nicely. It worked out very well for Hikaru that game.
Right.
So I'm slightly surprised, I would say, to see such a quick bishop A3, because I've always felt like Black's play was so obvious. You know, your bishop on F8, knight on D4, pawn on C7 goes to C6 just to block off the entire queen side.
Yes, you put your pawn on C6, a very important, as you were saying,
you
just
put
to...
the G2 bishop
G2
suffering,
bishop, yes.
And then you put all those pawns there, and you go, so what?
Now it's your
turn.
turn. Right, exactly. So again, not too much in it at this moment for Vichy. I just want to say we haven't spoken about Vichy because after his brilliant start in Norway, where he was undefeated, he was cruising, took second. He came out with a stinker of a tournament here in St. Louis, and I know he was really looking forward to his visit to St. Louis. He enjoyed his time here very, very much. It's just that his result didn't match his own enthusiasm for this event. He needs to put it together.
Yeah.
And every time you count Vichy out, like in the candidates, you know, like the guy can put together a brilliant, brilliant result. So having said all of this, if I was in White's shoes, I would ask myself, well, what can I do to mix things up, make Black's life a little bit difficult? Well, the whole point of putting the knight on E4 is to put it on C5, okay? So now we've got ideas that combined with this bishop on G2, this knight on C5, we're eyeballing this pawn on B7. It comes back to your point that you were making. It really feels like White needs a B4, something to really put some pressure on. In this case, however, Black is beautifully equipped to meet the move B4 with A5. If you play A3, so at first blush, you think White's doing really good. He's got this knight on C5 until you see this move Rook A2. And you go, hey, wait a minute. That was an uninvited guest, you know, like where did that rook, suddenly that rook on A8 that was bothering nobody suddenly puts pressure on E2.
There are two players.
There are two players, right. This is not play on one goal. So all to play for, all three results possible with Mickey Adams, the wild card player in this London Classic. Maurice.
Well, certainly a big development in the game between Carlsen and MVL. This position, we were talking about that move, bishop takes knight, the most important trade in all of chess. It changes the position dynamically. The engines were giving bishop takes on d5 as a very important move here, giving Black the edge. I kept analyzing, and all the lines seem to be good for Black. Maybe White can maintain equality, that is drawing chances, by giving away these two pawns and allowing Black to keep this one in some endgame and get some chances, just get castled, get out of the middle as fast as possible, but it was always Black. Instead, Carlsen did a deep think and played instead another move, Queen to C8 in this position. Queen to C8, a typical Sveshnikov idea. I know Yasser's thinking, what are you doing to your position? Guy, I mean, did you have to just wreck your king position like this? Well, the engines are giving knight takes on F6 as the best move, G takes F6, and then bishop to D3. And when you see two moves like this happen, you think, this guy can't play chess. Like, what is he doing? These kinds of moves. However, now the engine gives the amazingly, well, typical in this line, but very nice tactically, takes on D5 after D5, and now rook to D8. And I know everybody's going, wait, you're king. Is there a mate? Do I kill you if I play Queen H5, for example? Look how Black is getting tremendous counterplay already. The engines do say that castles is the best move here. You don't have to play Queen H5, which looks quite attractive in this position. But, of course, you've got to think about a nice little Queen C1 check. That might happen on the board, so that doesn't work. But castles is possible, and after that, rook takes on D5. And although Black's kingside pawn formation looks porous, there's nothing wrong with this position. White doesn't have enough initiative. His rook is wayward on this side. Black's just fine here. Queen C8, an equalizing move, and it looks as though he missed what looked counterintuitive sometimes you might call it natural, though, that very important trade in chess, bishop takes knight. Guys?
Wow, thank you, Maurice. One line, Maurice, that you didn't mention, that, again, if I was in Magnus's, in MVL's shoes, I want to say, I would have wanted to diffuse that. That was the bishop takes d5, the queen takes d5, and what was our follow-up move after queen takes d5? Was it rook c?
Queen d7.
Queen d7, yes, that's right. I wanted to play the move b2, b3. So on a very good day, all I really want to do is just put my bishop on c4 and just try to do my best to sit on the position, you know,
Right.
just, again, diffusing Black's early initiative, because if I can get, you know, a grip, you know,
on the position, it looks pretty pleasant.
Right. So, Maurice, if I can come to you and ask what the engine's response to b3 might be, I'm curious.
Yeah, we humans think alike. It's exactly the move I thought, because I said, why am I going to take the pawn, give you all that play? Forget
Right.
that. How do I stabilize the position? B3 wasn't the response, except the engines came back screaming with the move queen to g4. Queen g4 out of nice. What are you doing over there? There's nothing happening. And when you start to look at it, you realize, now I can't move my bishop. And anything you do on this side, be very careful. An f3 move, you might see a move like bishop h4 check. And you say, well, I thought I was controlling the position, but all of a sudden, I'm losing. Wait, I can't do that. And then if f3 is not possible, you could also play h3 in this position, except he drops back, still stops you from taking because your pawn's under attack. And now he's starting to look on your dark squares, and suddenly it's black completely for choice in this position. Don't forget, this rook might show up and end up on c1. You're not happy here at all. So it's just not enough time. Black is perfectly fine. Pawn, schmawns, you can have a6, d6. In fact, they're in my way. They're irrelevant. Get rid of them. Black has full play, and the only thing that matters right now is this king on e1. So that was a great opportunity there that Magnus missed. This would have been perfect dynamic play for him. Queen d7. Bishop takes. Again, looks counterintuitive, but bishop takes and queen d7 was spot on for him with great play. This position, however, looks like it's just going to be settled in one of those potentially quiet draws.
And wow, I totally underestimated the effect of queen g4. I mean, queen g4 is like
very interesting. But I was also wondering, can't you play rook f8 instead of queen g4 also? Because I think that move looked very strong. You cannot go bishop c4. I thought that was a really nice little detail.
Can't I go bishop c4? Sorry. I see what you... Oh, that's a beauty. Yeah. Let's share that with our viewers. So bishop c4 looks great. After castles, it's nearly game over, right?
It seems very nice for white, but you just can't play it.
Oops. Yeah. Rook takes c4. I can't recapture the bishop with the pawn because I'm hanging this rook. If I recapture with the queen, I've got a back rank issue.
Right.
A very nice variation indeed. And just to finish it off, there's no back rank checkmate for white.
So I got the bishop still covering.
Exactly. Oh no, I've got bishop dropping back to d8, and suddenly Black's a piece up. It's over.
So it would have been a very interesting set of variations.
Yeah.
We're going to leave you with that, as Carlsen instead played queen c8. It's a very dynamic move also because I think it is enticing the move knight takes f6, which would be quite interesting pawn structure, wrecked for Black, but with a lot of activity. And we're going to have to see how MVL reacts. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with the games from the London Chess Classic. welcome back. Here we are in the first round of the London Chess Classic. The players hard at work. We were just done with the opening phase of today's round, and we're definitely getting there into the section where players are thinking about how to break through their opponent's defenses and exactly how to react with the pressure that I think White is generating in most boards, except maybe for the Carlsen position, which I like it a little bit for Carlsen the more I see it.
Indeed. Well, I wanted to put you both, my colleagues Maurice and Alejandro, on the spot, because as long as I've been playing chess, you know, the formula has always been hold with black, press with white. I'm not seeing the pressing, okay, with the exception of maybe the Alexander Grishuk's game. I'm thinking black in the world's elite is more than holding his own, at least as far as the opening in this first round goes. What gives? What's happening with these elite players? How come they're not pressing with white? Or do you think I've overstated it?
I think it's become more difficult. I think that with the advance of computer chess, you know, a lot of people think that computer chess advanced all chess, but it's actually not so true. Computers have made it much better at defending than they are at attacking. And this might sound strange because they see all the tactics, but it's actually made a lot of variations viable, which previously were thought to be unplayable. Things that require very precise defense are suddenly supposed to be like, well, if you can just get out of it, why not? So a lot of sharp variations which were supposed to be lost or very difficult to play for black suddenly are just mainstream and accepted because, well, the computer just gave you the entire variation. All you have to do is memorize it. Mm-hmm. And I think white has been shying away from a lot of variations which were
the sharpest lines.
The sharpest lines. For example, things like the poison pawn, which still is played quite often. Mm-hmm. It's not as played as it was, for example, like in the late 80s, because it's been found out that a ton of those variations, which were cool and exciting, the computer's just like, oh, you go here, 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 and it's a forced perpetual. Mm-hmm. So I think that, of course, black's holding and white's pressing, but the way that white has to press has to be more creative. Mm-hmm. It's not as straightforward as, here, I'm going to play something sharp, and
we're going to blow it.
Yeah, and we're going to go into some tactical variation. It's going to be very difficult for you to do anything, and that's going to be the game. Nowadays, I think that black's much better prepared. The defensive resources are much stronger, and it's forced white into trying to create more positional approaches in which the pressing exists, but it's not as clear-cut as it was before.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of those great old days, again, of the 80s and 90s, where somebody brought, you know, the bazooka novelty that just blew away a mainline variation, and, you know, you just thought, okay, the main line's unplayable. And what you're saying is that the main lines that you had considered unplayable, there's actually a sharp resource, defensive resource in the computer, in the position that the computer has found, and suddenly people are adopting that. Looking at the game of Alexander Grishuk and U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura, we were actually saying that the position after knight d5 we found very favorable for white. So Hikaru came up with the move c6, c5, attacking this knight in the center. Knight came to b5 with a very straightforward idea of, I'm going to fork your king and queen. And then king d8. So we've seen the king coming back and forth, which, crazily enough, is very common in the Berlin.
Once upon a time, this would have considered,
you know, like
garbage.
Yeah, people would have been shaking their heads like you're cruising for a bruising. And now, you know, if you go with a straightforward f4, this knight might end up, you know, one day on this a3 square, far from the action.
A little stranded.
Yeah, but let's see how it would go, because again, this is like a really sharp way of for white to play it.
Right.
Where do you see Alejandro in this position after the move f4? Again, it's very straightforward. White wants to play f5 and bring this bishop out from c1 to a more aggressive square, whether it be g5 or f4. Where do you see black?
You know, this is one of those positions that's always baffling me. I'm not a very good Berlin player. I'll put it out there.
Me too. If you want true confessions, you know, we'll go to the confessional booth.
I look at the position, I'm like, I want to go G5 and break your pawn structure, create some dynamics, and I'm like, okay, G5 is just a stupid move.
Okay.
You go F5 from white's much better.
Okay.
So my initial instincts are all wrong.
Right.
And I want to think that somehow black start consolidating. He plays either A6 or knight C6, plays it slow.
You kind of kick the guy back. You play knight C6.
And maybe goes to D4.
So this pawn on E5, I can't get in
F5,
the F5 right away. So I have to do something like knight E4.
And if it comes a little slower, then you play H6 or something.
To just delay this, what you said, this break, G5, breaking up the team. H6, a little bit slow for my taste, but okay, I get it. Bishop may come out to E3. I got a tempo.
Yeah.
You'll have to probably play a B6. I'll bring my rook.
And it already looks pleasant for white, but at the end of the day, if
you still got this knight stranded, don't you?
You got your knight stranded, and if you don't actually create the F5 move at some point, then it's like, well, what are you going to do in the position? So a lot of the times, if, white develops maximally, he cannot improve the position anymore.
Right.
Very common in the Berlin.
Yes.
Then it's like, well, so what?
Wow, remember the World Championship match game?
Absolutely.
Magnus Carlsen as white, Vichy Anand. Magnus looked like he had everything. Knight on E4, knight D5, knight F6.
Yeah,
he had maximized everything, and then suddenly came B5, and Vichy took over the initiative.
Right.
Lost a spectacular game.
But spectacular game, and one of the best moves in the match, and one of the best moves I've seen is B5. Crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I actually wanted Vichy to win that one just because it was such a cool move.
It was so visual. I get it. That was a great game. And so the Berlin is a very hard animal to understand.
It's very tricky. It definitely changes the character of the position. Not playing with queens makes it very, very different from normal openings. The fact that the structure is so unusual, the fact that black has the pair of bishops. So the fight that white actually wants to break open the position because he has more development is counterintuitive to the fact that the opponent has the pair of bishops, so you don't want to open the position.
Right.
It becomes a very strange balance of things.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to see how they handle the structure, which is so, so weird.
Yeah. Speaking of Magnus's game, by the way, MVL has gone into a deep think after this move, Queen C8. He has not
he just took on F6, actually.
Finally.
He took on F6.
Maurice's first move was to take on F6, Bishop D3, and I think we saw this move, D5.
Yeah.
Takes Rook D8. This was the line that Maurice was pointing out.
Which is very typical Sveshnikov idea. And actually, instead of Rook D8, I was thinking of the move E4, which is also a very typical Sveshnikov kind of garbage.
Yeah.
You just throw the pawns forward. And the idea is that, okay, white has a white squared bishop, so you're trying to isolate it away from the game. You cannot take on E4, I hope, because you can play Rook E8 and pin the bishop.
Oops.
It's a very interesting move, though I can imagine that if you can get away without playing E4, because it might allow F3 at some point, Magnus might not want to play it, but it's always a resource that he can consider.
Maurice, very exciting middle games brewing. What have you got for us?
Well, you have it right, and something really interesting transpiring on the game, in the game between Topalov and Anish Giri. Remember, we pointed out this Bobby Fischer position. You told that excellent story, Yaz. Let's just go down the trail a little bit. D takes E5, knight takes E5. Rook to D1 was Burns' choice. And now the move knight D3. This is Rook leaving the F2 square. The knight suddenly appears on D3. And after Queen C2, thinking everything was hunky-dory, he was going to take this knight. Suddenly, the sacrifice. Knight takes on F2. Beautiful explosion in the position after King takes. Very importantly, this move, knight to G4 check. And after King G1, knight takes E3. A nice little fork, you say? Well, after Queen D2, is he going to take the rook? He took the bishop on G2. Beautiful decision. And after King takes, suddenly D4, and black's pieces have just exploded. This bishop is fantastic. And note the bishop on A6 attacking this knight as well. So you cannot move the knight from C3 away. After knight takes on D4, the bishop got back to B7 on the long diagonal. And then after the king move, had to move to F1 because of tactics. This move, Queen D7, and Fischer calculated everything. The queen coming to H3 and all kinds of beautiful finishes. finishes because this piece is attacking. He's going to deal with the G2 square. Too much to bear with all the pressure on his position. This is where he resigned when all the GM said, what are you doing? But if you put this position into your engine, you'll find out there is no defense. Black is winning. Beautiful line. Note, by the way, I want to go back to this moment. The bishop was on A6 right here, and a knight appeared on D3, right? Okay. That's not possible in the Giri game, you say. Bishop can't get to A6. How's the knight going to get to D3? Well, let's fast forward a couple of moves. Knight takes H3 to stop anything from going to G4. Remember the sacrifice that happened here? Bishop to F5, knight D4, and suddenly bishop into D3 itself. Now, this rook has moved to E1. Of course, the threat is F4. So what is the engine saying is the best move? Bishop back to A6. And now knight D3 is a threat, and the game is taking on very similar features. But what's the critical difference? The knight's on B6, not F6. There will be no sacrifice of any kind in this position, but eerie resemblance to the game between Byrne and Fischer, and somehow magically the bishop went from C8 and now may end up on A6 anyway on the very next move. Amazing. We're going back 52 years in time. And that's one of the great things about chess. We can relive some of the great ideas from the past and play like the great players from the previous and many previous generations.
Echoes indeed. Isn't that a remarkable idea? I like it very, very much.
Learning your classics is definitely an important part.
But there you go again. Black isn't
definitely
just holding, but he's looking good in this Anish Giri game.
I don't see any problem with this position right now. I think that Anish's position is perfectly fine. Maybe objectively, White's position is not worse. He might have some chances of pushing against the D5 pawn later.
Right.
But it looks like right now the dynamic qualities of the position give Giri a perfectly good and playable game.
Right, and I just wanted to say one other thing about that Bobby Fischer Classic against Robert Byrne. When I played over the game for the first time, I was astounded by the move knight takes G2. You know, not taking the rook on D1. I just didn't get it. And knight takes G2, stripping away this critical defender of White's king. For Bobby to have foreseen that move and its consequences means he was looking at the position 10 moves earlier. And where does he get this idea to go after White's king? White's got a pawn on H2, G3, F2, E3, knight on E2, bishop on G2. White's king is as safe in a bunker as you could possibly imagine, and suddenly stripped bare. It was really an amazing game for me, and it made a huge impression.
It's always funny how things change, because we were just going back to the same point of how chess has evolved. And for me, as a chess player that was definitely brought in the internet generation with all these classics that I've already looked at, having the pawns on E3, F2, G3 always screams to me danger.
Really?
Like, I just look at the position. I'm always worried something's going to be sacrificed on F2.
or G3 or something.
G3. It's something that I've seen so often in so many classical games. It's happened in my own games that I'm like, okay, I have to be very careful. So it's funny that, you know, back in the day, such a sacrifice almost unthought of and like looked crazy. But for me, it was like, okay, yeah, obviously, I mean, standard, right?
Look at all these games in the database that prove that there's actually a lot of dangers, sacrifices that White can face.
A lot of danger. And I think that, okay, Topalov's going to be rather safe from it right now, because mainly the knight on B6 is very far away from the action. But that doesn't mean that Giri doesn't have other resources. And particularly in his position, the rook on E2 feels so uncomfortable compared to the other position, because Byrne was able to get the move queen D2 in, which made the rook able to go to D1. Right now it's on E1, which is very uncomfortable since it's going to be attacked by the knight on D3. If it moves again, then it's going to be on the X-ray of the bishop on A6. So definitely some issues to solve for Topalov. On the good hand, as we said, the knight is on B6, which I think is rather mediocre, but okay.
Right, out of play.
Right, black can't have everything.
Right. Well, you need to defend the pawn on D5. By the way, Alexander Grishuk has played bishop E3, attacking the pawn on C5. Looks likely to go into some of those positions that we saw. Maurice.
Well, we're talking about eerie resemblances to things past. take a look at this one. This one is bizarre as well. Remember we talked about last year's game that Caruana played against Aronian, and he won this fine game in the Sinkfield Cup. And when he played the opening at first, we thought, what kind of bizarre stuff is this? He took on E6, then he played this move B4, knight C6, bishop D2, and suddenly he did this sequence where he migrated after knight to A2 all his forces over to the queen side. Rook to B1 is the move you had remembered, Yaz, is like, what are you doing? And then he played knight to C1 and knight to B3, and he put everything on this side of the board. Very shortly, by the way, he ended up attacking on this side after rook FD7, rook to C1. It's this position I want to take a look at. Look at this pawn formation. The pawn's on D4. C3 looks like maybe you might, you just played rook C1, right? Maybe you might play it, maybe you might not. You're holding back, right? But remember, look, A3 and B4, your pawns are up as well. Now, if you may, let's jump to today's game. We'll go to this position. And look at this. Black is the one who's huddled on the queen side, rook on the C, the pawn on D5, C6 break possible. White, remember, in the other game was looking at the C3 break. And also the pawn formation, A6, B5. In this game from last year, it was Caruana with A3, B4. Really strange. The pawn on D5 is just like this game. Let's jump back to it just as a quick reminder. Look at this. It's almost as though they've switched colors and they're playing the other color. Of course, there's some differences in the middle in this open file, but really strange that it's now in current day, it's white playing black, black playing white, so to speak. And what is the enduring feature, however, as in last year, is the maneuvering that's taking place. Quiet maneuvering by Caruana. We were not that impressed until the explosion happened in his game last year. Now he's played this move, knight to H2. He's ready to chip away at the light squares. Black's light square bishop being off the board. He's going to play a move like knight G4, potentially bishop G5 trade-off, because there is this permanent weakness on either the C6 square or potentially this D-pawn. Nothing yet to write home about, but certainly we're seeing the past reflected in the present over and over again. This is what we live for as players. This is why we study these games from the past, so we can see the patterns matching and potentially give us a guide for how the position should be played.
Absolutely. This break on C6 seems like it was so natural, but Levon is taking his sweet time
about getting over it. I mean, the subtleties, I'm sorry to say, too sophisticated for me. I love those echoes of the previous game reflected in today's game, but help me out here. Why, after you've played all of these preparatory moves, you slid, Levon slid his queen over to C8, he's put it on B7, understandably, and he's brought his rook to C8. It's clear to everybody he's preparing this counterpunch C7, C6. It's almost like a boxer winding up. You know the right hand is coming. H2, H3, it's like White has ran out of useful moves. He's played the move H3, which, as we know, in a closed Rui, is very useful for White. Rook B8, the only way I understand that move is he wants to get an A6, B5, but why on earth hasn't he landed his blow C6? What is it? Why not play C6?
Well, my opinion is that right now it's kind of a war of attrition. The thing is that
everybody's trying to make useful moves.
Right. And the thing is that Caruana at some point will kind of run out. At some point, either he'll play rook D2, rook D1, and then if I don't play C6, I can ask you, why did you put your rooks on D2 or D1? It's up to White, because he is White, to create something. So you see that Caruana starts maneuvering with H3, knight H2, starts bringing stuff to the king side to actually create something. Because imagine that Levon never does anything. He starts shuffling back and forth, bishop F8, bishop E7, which is,
for example,
just for example, for argument's sake. Then Caruana needs to do something in order to change the character of the position. And once he's diverted some pieces away from the center, then it becomes more obvious for Black to play C6. The problem with a lot of the C6 breaks in other reload passes, for example, the one we looked at earlier, is that if you don't play it in that move, you're never going to get it in.
Right.
In this case, you got all game. You're gonna play c6 whenever you feel like it.
No, I get it very, very well said, Alejandro, that it's the necessity, if you will, is on white's shoulders to do something, and black doesn't have to necessarily commit himself. But I'm saying, after the move c7, c6, I'm thinking of Sicilian style sacrifices where, in case you do trade on the c6 square, well, I remember Maurice and I were in New York City together. It was a computer match, not the Deep Junior match, not the Deep Blue match, I beg your pardon. It was a Deep Junior match. Gary Kasparov had this great Sicilian where Maurice was shouting out loud, money move, rook takes c3, money move. And Gary played it, and we were all, wild in anticipation of these exchange sacrifice tactics. And then the players agreed to a draw.
Yeah,
we were crushed. But look, isn't this a classic setup where if white isn't careful, rook takes c3, sacrificing the exchange, going for knight takes e4, black gets a huge initiative, a pawn and a damaged queenside structure. Am I missing something here? What would be white's reaction to c6?
I mean, again, I don't think that c6 has any problem with it. I think it's just the fact that, imagine that you put in rook b8 and knight h2 on the board. And what Aronian is saying is that his moves will be slightly more useful than Karana. So you're going to get eventually the same ideas. That's not going to change. But he wants it in such a small, minute, little differences on the board that might make his position favorable compared to making the c6 break immediately. So I think all of your ideas are going to be playing on the board. It's just that they're going to be seen in a very slightly different way, as white is going to be forced away from the center at some point just to create something, and black's going to be slightly better prepared.
Okay, got it, except I'd have to disagree. The reason I disagree is in the position that I'm talking about after the move c7, c6, just putting it on the board one more time, with the rook takes on c6, I'm sitting there saying to myself, the knight on f3 is not really well placed. If we imagine the battle is taking shape over, who controls the d5 square, then the knight is not contributing to that battle. In other words, I can see the move bishop g5, and you want to take and establish control. Your knight on f3 is less useful. Now, if we go to the game's position after rook b8, Caruana has played knight h2. Now he wants to play knight to g4, and the battle of the d5 square, the knight actually has a useful function.
That might be true.
So that's why I'm saying you don't really, now c7, c6 becomes less attractive. Maurice,
maybe Maurice will back me up.
You're the tiebreaker on this one, my man, and you know where it lies. I mean, you got to support me on this.
Well, I'm going to defer to the all-seeing engine, which says that you are both correct. In fact,
we hate draws.
I know. We hate draws. But the reality is, this is the reality. Aronian, if he plays c6, he could lead himself into a line where Caruana is actually just fine. It's maybe an equal position. It's not really that dynamic for black. White is just fine. If he waits, he's also just fine. So the point that Alejandro is making may be actually the more important one, because Aronian is saying, let's play a little bit. Let's see what you've got. If your position, it's one of those things where you could be all dressed up with nowhere to go. And if your position doesn't lead anywhere, if you get this good position, we see that a lot happen in hedgehog-style positions where white's position's good, but he can't do anything. It's like if he tries for anything aggressive, it just backfires. This kind of position where black here is saying, I can wait, let's see what you do, let's see your next few moves, and you look around, there are no obvious pawn breaks for Caruana, even in this position. What is the pawn break? Like, how do you improve the pieces? Even if you get rid of this knight, let's say, where's the break? Where's the beef? Where's the break? What's the deal? White has no pawn breaks at all that make any sense. F4 is not it. Doesn't look quite right. You're not going to get any attack on this side. There seems to just be nothing immediate or even long-term for white. How do you move your pieces? Meantime, black is the one who always has C6 in his pocket. So that's an important point here. Again, though, let's go to this other game. It looks like it has indeed happened. And again, shades of Bern Fischer. The bishop is now on A6 and the queen's on D2, which also happened in that game. The difference is, two differences. This bishop was on A3 in the game. This knight was on F6. I'll point out yet another. The pawn was on H2, not H3. So clear differences here. Black, of course, can play rook to C8. There is this minus. The knight on B6 often is a terrible piece in chess, particularly in these D-pawn structures with the pawn on B3. You got to say, this knight we're not happy with. If white plays a few, white can easily play a few moves, bishop B2, rook to C1 when knight D3 is not a move, rook to D1. White can make a few improving moves. This knight is a problem. We'd like to pick it up and drop it somewhere else, maybe like sneak it into C5 when the guy's not looking. Unfortunately, it can't quite move yet because the D-pawn is always under pressure. So as excited as we might be for black's position, resembling Fischer's position against Bern, there is just a little slight issue with this knight, but maybe the dynamics of being able to D3 will keep the balance for him, as bishop F1, by the way, is not a good move because it also weakens the king side a bit too much. So interesting game, certainly still a long way to go.
Well, thank you very much, and I feel that you won the tiebreaker on that one between ourselves in the discussion of Fabi versus Levon.
Yeah, we still have a lot of interesting games, and I think that Topalov's position, it's not particularly dynamic, even though he's known as a very dynamic player. But the fact that he's able to use this knight against Giri, the fact that the knight on B6 is so mediocre at the moment, really gives him the opportunity to maybe create something. And right now, I see that Giri has played the move knight D3.
Right.
It's a very curious move because it seems a little bit on the committal side.
Okay.
The knight is already on D3, which I think he could have done at any point.
So and just going back a move, you think he could have kept that option?
Right. It seemed like rook C8 is something very natural he could have played immediately.
Right.
So I think that after knight D3, I'm not so sure if he's thinking about...
Well, it just seems counterintuitive that you would have moved your knight all the way around the board to capture a piece that never developed, meaning the bishop on C1.
And it doesn't seem
now at the end of the day, you've lost the dynamic. Something's gone wrong. Maurice,
no, absolutely.
Share some thoughts with us, please.
Well, again, the most important trade in all of chess, when I see it, I know I keep sounding like a broken record. Bishop takes knight. So in this position, I know you guys were thinking, no, he's not going to do that and give up your great bishop. But it's the first move I looked at. I always look at this move because it changes the position so dynamically that you just have to look at it. And the engine didn't show it at first. In fact, the engine still disagrees that this is the best move until you make a move. Now, rook C8 is the move the engine wants to play. No knight takes C1. That just helps white improve the position. But let's take a look at this move. Bishop takes knight. What's this about? Pawn takes, and now you give the engine a chance to breathe a little bit. What would you do? And then it comes up with the move queen to F6. Queen to F6, hitting this pawn on D4 and challenging white to defend it. Just how are you going to protect your pawn? That looks like it's going to be a free pawn. How are you going to take it? Well, if you decide to grab a pawn yourself, well, you can start resigning pretty quickly because bishop takes D5 is now met by queen takes D4, hitting the rook, hitting the bishop on D5, and that's it. Black's winning. So queen F6, how do you defend the pawn? It's just simply not easy at all. You don't want to start making crazy moves like knight to E2 because you block the F2 square, and that's all she wrote. He could do that right now. What do you do after queen F6? In fact, the engine's giving A4, giving away the pawn as the best move, saying this is the way to play, and the times get sharp very fast. Look at this line, A5, knight to D7, and now rook to A4 out of nowhere, but the engine's still going back. It's arguing, no big deal. I'm hanging. I'm hanging with you. And now the move knight takes d5. This knight shows up on c5, and I think we know black is fine in this position. Very dynamic play. Rook a2 is the move suggested now. Clearly, black is back in business. Crazy position for sure, but I think that's the move. Again, we see the chance for bishop takes knight. Magnus missed it earlier. His chance to play bishop takes d5. I wonder now, let's see if Giri finds this very paradoxical, but it looks like concrete. I mean, giving up your bishop, your g7 bishop in the Grunfeld? Whoa, talk about paradoxical. We'll see if that happens. Now, an important point in this chess game.
I definitely consider this move.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes.
Bishop takes d4. I thought it, okay, perhaps it's not super obvious, but I did think that after take on d4, queen f6, it's slightly awkward to defend this pawn on d4. And just because of the concrete necessities of the position, because the fact that white is not developed very well, like his bishop's still on c1, his queen and rook, which are developed, are hindered by this knight on d3, it makes a lot of sense to create this immediate pressure.
Right.
It's going to be interesting to see if Giri's actually going to do it, because he has several options that are just tempting. However, I think that if he were going to play rook c8, he would have done it before playing knight d3. I mean, that's just what my impression would be. So I'm seriously thinking that he's going to take on d4 now.
Yes, exactly. It's a sometimes you get this idea fixe, as the Dutch might say. You don't give up your fianchetto bishop that defends your king, your dragon bishop. But I recall, well, on numerous occasions, the great Vladimir Kramnik taking his Catalan bishop, on g2 and capturing a knight. And you're going, you're giving up this great piece. But because of the very specifics, and again, I think that's the computer talking as well in modern chess, the very specifics of the position require you sometimes to take a paradoxical decision.
And it seems like Giri agrees with all of us as he has taken on d4.
Wow.
Taking on d4, and he has played queen f6 almost immediately.
So there you go.
So very
nice.
Very interesting position between one of the leaders of here in the Grand Chess Tour, as we can just take a quick look at the standings for all of you that are just joining us. We have the standings of the Grand Chess Tour before London. Topalov leads with 17 points after winning in Norway and a okay performance, I guess, in St. Louis. Hikaru Nakamura with 2 strong performances, but neither of them victories. He has found himself in second place with 16 points. 1 point behind him, the winner of St. Louis with a disastrous Norway, Levon Aronian. Magnus Carlsen coming from another disastrous Norway, but a good showing in St. Louis where he got second with 14 points. Then the most solid player of the event, no defeats, Anish Giri with 13 points. Any of these players can easily take the tournament with just winning the event and a slightly favorable series of results with the other players.
Right.
Right behind Anish Giri are Vishy Anand and MVL, only 1 point behind. And, well, the tournament, as they said in their player interviews, completely wide open.
Right, and I think I'll definitely have to agree with the players because they're very aware of the prize monies and they know what's going on. To a person, it seemed they said anybody who walks away from London with a victory will be the winner of the inaugural chess tour.
Yeah, absolutely.
So very nice. And Queen f6. Beautiful insight, I might add, by Anish Giri.
Very dynamic.
It's very
interesting
hard to give up those bishops for just a mere knight. But if you do look at the specifics, that knight on d3, and again, we talk about Bobby Fischer, but also echoes of Garry Kasparov.
Right.
With that knight on d3 in a world championship match against Anatoly Karpov, one of the greatest brilliancies, I think, in the history of chess was that game where the knight on d3 was this octopus.
Oh, yes. I remember.
And so we see, again, the power of that knight and the queen coming to f6.
Well, just because of that, I was thinking of playing the move bishop f1 in this position just to get rid of it.
Exactly, to get rid of it.
But I'm wondering if
I had wanted to play queen f3.
Queen f3.
Yeah, because of this, everybody who's ever had the experience of chess has always fallen for this tactic where the queen is protected by a rook.
Yes.
And you have that interference move, rook e1 check, costing your queen. I lost a game against Vachier-Lagrave in exactly this tactic. Yeah, we were in time trouble. And he whipped out that rook move, and I just groaned. I mean, So I was thinking of queen f3 to maintain. And if you don't take, if you don't recapture this bishop, well, why did you give? You're not going to do that. So I was thinking that after queen f3, you might just want to say, get the heck out of here, bishop g2, queen goes back to f6, and they might just test one another. How do you feel about a repetition? I'm not saying that after bishop f1, black doesn't have other choices.
And I want to point out that actually after bishop f1, there's a similar tactic with queen takes d4, but I don't think it quite works. Unfortunately, the queen, instead of queen f3, queen takes d4.
Right.
It doesn't quite work because right now the queen on d4 is a tactical target. So first of all, I don't have to take on b3 immediately. I can just play probably bishop b2 is winning a piece.
Something like that, precisely, bishop b2, and unfortunately, black has put his pieces in a pin.
Yeah, in a pin.
Yeah.
So I like this queen f3 idea, just maintaining the tension.
Yeah.
It definitely looks like one of the more dynamic ways of doing things. Although I have the feeling that even if you just take on c1, black's probably doing okay.
You mean from the very start? If I take on c1...
I think you have to take on c1.
I'll recapture, let's say, just for the moment. You would take on f1, and this looks like a pretty stable position. Even maybe
queen f3.
You know, like posting up on f3, nobody likes a queen sitting on the f3 square. So, I mean...
It looks like black's going to have at least a couple of ways of being okay.
Maybe even more
than okay. So I think Topalov, he has to be careful of a couple of lines where he might fall into a worse position. I like this dynamic a4, a5 that Maurice mentioned, but it is very counterintuitive to play a4 when your pawn on d4, the center of your position is just hanging.
Exactly. Might I then add a question for you, Alejandro? If I were to play the move bishop b2, you couldn't play queen takes d4 because that transposed into the very
bishop
position
f4.
that... But bishop on b2 isn't threatening anything. There's no...
there's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, Maurice had pointed out that, knight takes d5. That's a non-starter. Knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, queen takes d4. The double attack against the bishop and rook is too costly. But the move bishop b2 does possess now.
Actually, it doesn't.
It doesn't? Oh, no. Why not?
Well, let's say that I play the move rook ac8.
Okay. And
you cannot take on d5 because I take on d5.
Yes.
Bishop takes d5 and black's winning after knight takes b2.
Oh, very good.
Now the bishop on a6 is activated, rook e2 is completely over.
Ooh.
So you're still not threatening the pawn, actually.
I'm still not threatening. So bishop b2 then has no sense behind it. Oh, my.
And Maurice actually has some insight in another interesting pawn structure.
Well, it was an interesting pawn structure. Now it's just turned into a snooze fest because it looks as though they're going to a quick draw here. The game between Magnus Carlsen and MVL did happen, a little burst of excitement. The move bishop to d3 was responded to by the move bishop to c6, attacking the rook, and then rook takes on b4 and getting his pawn back. And after castles, it looks as though Magnus has played the very interesting rook to d4, and he's guaranteed to be able to play the move well, by the way, bishop a6, bishop b5 hitting a6, and this bishop is on tap, so be careful for that because of the pin, but easy enough to get out of in this position, moving the queen away, although there are some potential dynamics after this move that black has to that white has to look out for, so I shouldn't have spoken so quickly about the snooze fest. The move queen to f3 looks like you're covering everything, looks like it may be a draw. Suddenly the move bishop takes on e4 appears out of nowhere, and this bishop is overworked after bishop takes, queen takes on this square. But the problem here is after this check, king over, and now queen h4, mate, hello, and also f6 with Perpets in the position, and black has to bail out and allow the perpetual in this line at the worst after the king moves. So it looks as though the lines are just typical Sveshnikov, a small burst of excitement, and then suddenly it's a draw, it's a perpet, and so what? That one is definitely going the quiet route. The lines you guys mentioned are absolutely right, but the game, that is in the Giri game, it looks like you could easily see a perpet in that game very easily. But take a look at this one that we were so intrigued by from the get-go, the C6 break. The C6 break, when is it going to happen? Well, now, knight H2, with the idea of going to G4, would you have suspected this next move, Yaz? H5, out of nowhere on this side, demonstrating this attack, preventing the knight from going to the G4 square. The engines don't like it at all. And for one thing, you weaken this G5 square permanently. Knight F3 can be played, and G5, you'll never be able to kick the knight out if you want to. It seems like a weird move, but nevertheless, it's still a question of, does white have anything specific? Can he still wait around black, that is, play G6 and wonder, what are you up to, white? What are you trying to do? It doesn't seem like you're making any progress at all in the position. So still a turgid battle here for sure. We're in muddy waters. The rest of the games developing quite slowly. This one has been slow for a while. Looks like Adams has equalized pretty much. And Nakamura in that other position as well. Looks like black is perfectly okay in that weird Berlin. A lot of game left to play.
Wow, thank you, Maurice. And as far as the move H7, H5 is concerned, where it really surprised me was in a lot of Sicilians, specifically the English attack with F3, that black played H5. And as a Sicilian player, I was sitting there going, you can't play a move like H5. Whereas in this particular case, I remember when I was a kid, and I got these bulletins from Walter Sean Brown of the Soviet championships. He would mimeograph or Xerox these bulletins, and these were like solid gold. Like the Soviets had these, 18-player, 20-player, all round robin play. The Soviet championships lasted for months, and in many Breyer variations, black ended up playing G6 and H5, especially in the Breyer. So this move, I actually can understand. It took me, it was much harder for me to understand the H5 as black and Sicilians.
Well, it seems to be definitely the mainline nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. Now it became mainline
the
standard
English
theory.
Attack.
Yeah.
I was talking to, I believe I want to say I was talking to Parimarja Negi, who just wrote a fabulous series on E4 for white, a very, very hard work has gone into it. And he was mentioning how, everybody's playing H5, and it seems to actually overtake the other variations as the main line of the Sicilian. So when you say that H5 is the main line of the main line of the Sicilian, you're like, well, chess has changed a little bit.
A little bit, a lot of it.
But H5 is definitely a move I considered here, but I was actually afraid of just G4. Like, I thought Caruana would just bust out G4 in this position.
Oof. I mean, in the modern day game, and we see this so often, like this game itself, it's sort of like you're seeing the players not burning bridges. They try to keep their options as much as possible. G4 is crossing the Rubicon. Okay,
You think that's too much?
I don't know. I'm just saying that pawns don't move backwards, in the immortal words of Viktor Korchnoi. So you were thinking that after G4, H takes G4, white might set up some good attacking lines down the H file. I was thinking that, okay, black would say, okay, now I'm going to take possession of the G5. Squares. You're probably playing knight F3.
Knight F3.
Knight F3. And now, this delay, if you will, of the move C6, I don't know how to evaluate this. Knight goes back to F5.
I mean, for me, it looks costly for black to have put so many pieces on the queen side when now you cannot break on C6 at all. So I understand that my dark squares on the king side are weak, but the reason that I'm so fond of doing something like this is that now C6 looks ridiculous because if I take
And knight
giving up
d5,
the d5
yeah.
square to my knight.
Right.
Fabiano decided not to go for this route. He decided to go for the more computer-approved variation of knight f3, trying to take advantage of the weakened g5 square.
Right.
A little bit quieter variation. I think more of his style. He's not the type of player that, as you say, burns his bridges with a move like g4. But okay, he'll go for a quieter approach, which also looks perfectly playable. He always has the ability of playing g4 at a later date, so maybe he will consider it in the future. For now, he's going to play knight f3. And it seems like we're going to go back very quickly to the Giri game as Maurice Ashley has some updates for us in that position.
Well, there is some spooky stuff going on in that game. It's actually fascinating to look at. Remember this line we talked about, the pawn on d4, excuse me, dropping and allowing the pin to take place? Well, it looks as though Topalov can do it in a very weird way. We've seen him do this before. I saw him do it, I think it was the game against Nakamura in this year's tournament. Anyway, the idea of, I'll give you a pawn, but I'll get weird play. It was against Nakamura, but I don't remember if it was this year or last year. Anyway, queen to f6, a4 has been played. Go ahead. Take my pawn. If you want it, go right ahead. Now look at this line. Queen takes d4, and in this position, I'm not going to play a5. This is the bizarre point. Instead of playing a5, it's possible here, I'm not sure he's seen it, but it's possible here to play bishop f1. By the way, the game between Carlsen and Vachier-Lagrave looks like it's going to end in a draw, and it is going down that perpetual check route that we talked about earlier. That game is ending in perpetual check, so that game will be a draw. Let's get back to something more interesting, though. Knight to d7. This piece is hanging, was not hanging to the tactics that we talked about, but now the move bishop to b2. Remember this position you guys discussed. Something similar, eerily similar. And now it's not easy, but take a look at this line. Knight 7 e5 looks like I'm clamping down, I'm grabbing my knight protection. Ooh, I'm, by the way, threatening this move. What are you going to do? Bishop back to g2. Now, that's just ultra weird. I mean, that's strange. There you see the draw in that game. So, as we mentioned, we predicted that would be an easy draw, no problem there. Now, bishop to g2 on the board. Now, and bishop b2, now black's up a pawn, but his knight is funny. It's in the hand in the cookie jar, but how do you get out? How do you unpin? Well, rook a d8 was suggested by the engine, and now this really spectacular move, rook a2. If Topolov's going to find these moves, I mean, this is 2,900, 3,000 chess going on here. Rook to a2, getting his rook from on this line, but also protecting his queen, and now asking black to find a move. How do you get out of this position? How do you untangle? Your queen is on d4. There may be a knight move at any point to hit on your queen with some kind of tempo. Knight b5 is the key move. Now we wonder why a4 was played. A, to give the a2 square for the rook, and also to put the knight on b5. And now the variations is that, look at it with the engine, it just gets bad for black. A move like queen c5, for example, trying to get out allows bishop to a3. This rook, ultra useful, not b1, but a3, guarding this bishop as well, keeping the queen on tap. And now if queen a5, knight to b5, and now this knight's in some kind of danger. The trade of knight b5, if queen takes d2, I believe, was the line, then suddenly, magically, this rook appears on this square, and there's pressure. White's just blown up suddenly with all kinds of lines. There was another variation to look at here as well. Queen b4, right, after rook a2, queen to b4 is possible, but that allows a knight takes on d5, and queen takes d2. Unfortunately, he has to take with this rook, but it's still good. By the way, a knight f6 check threat, and if you decide to stop that check, then there's this pin on this line, and also the move knight c7, and this knight's protection is being eroded. Moves like rook to e7, for example, just lose on the spot suddenly. Back to f1, that bishop just going back and forth on that line, and this pin, that one, everything is under attack. Strange things happening on this board, and the move a4 is already there, and queen takes d4 has indeed occurred in the game. Will he play a5, or will he find this? I mean, that's just beyond world class. That's computer-esque for sure. Bishop f1 with the variations we just looked at. It's absolutely incredible stuff, guys. And I don't think black could really get out of it. It looks as though this piece and these two pieces have put themselves there. They're now there. He's now won a pawn. but he's going to have to defend very accurately if this move, bishop f1, lands on the chessboard.
My gosh, I remember this comment by Magnus Carlsen to describe the game between Levon, Aronian, and Viswanathan Anand that was played in the Tata Steel. This was like, and he described it as alien chess. And this move, bishop f1, we were talking about how Anish Giri's knight on b6 is misplayed. It's not doing anything. And literally, Topalov forces the knight to e5, where you're giving a check on f3, a royal fork, and this turns out to be good for white. I mean, that would be the most counterintuitive attacking idea I've seen since Levon, Aronian and Vachier-Lagrave. So an amazing game going on, brewing here between Anish Giri and Veselin Topalov. It's our leader in the tour.
It's always seemed to me that Topalov has a very strange computer-like understanding of chess. I always look at his sacrifices and his moves, and it doesn't make any sense to me, but the computer's like, yeah, that's
really good. Yeah.
I'm like, well, how did you think of this? But I like this idea of queen takes d4, bishop f1. It's always difficult for black to untangle, and if he doesn't have anything specific, like a forced variation that just untangles his pieces, it becomes a little annoying to actually have to play this kind of positions. Bishop f1 makes a lot of sense, even though it doesn't actually threaten anything, I don't think. But it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to see this position
with the queen
board.
on d4 and this pin by this.
And I'm wondering, is it really not threatening anything? Because is bishop takes d3 not a winning threat? Because
the rookie. Oh, when my queen was on f3, I had the checkmate on h1.
Yeah.
With my queen on d4.
That's not the reason, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Because let's say that I play
rook c8. I'll throw a move in.
Rook c8, for example, that works. That goes back to what I wanted to say. Yeah, rook c8 will work.
Okay, but then bishop takes rook d8.
Then yeah, but rook c8 also works.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, yeah. For me, it will work.
Okay.
So bishop takes d3.
Yes.
Well, now you have rook takes c3. I guess that.
But just share your thought.
Bishop b2, and I just maintain the pin.
That's a nasty one. Oops, pardon me. And your bishop protects the rook on a1.
Yeah.
So that when
there's no threat at the end of the variation,
move your king.
Right.
I get it. Very good.
So yeah, since bishop f1 actually has a threat on the board, it becomes more natural to play than, for example, if it was a vague idea of just playing bishop a2 on the next move.
Right.
Because it's easier for a human to just go, bishop f1, I'm threatening something, he must react.
Right.
Then you have the move knight d7, which I think is what Maurice was recommending, precisely because you have to defend this knight on d3 against the threat. So suddenly it becomes a lot easier to understand how to come up with some of these moves. And I think that bishop f1, now that I think it has a threat, becomes more natural than pushing away the knight, which probably wants to go to d7 anyway.
Right, exactly. Maurice?
In that line, it's hard, though, because a5 followed by rook a4, that looks good. That looks aggressive. It's hard to, you played a4, it feels like you should play a5, like that pawn should go down the board, then bring the rook up as well, and those are tactics to analyze, and plus you win your pawn back even in that line, except black's play is fine. Bishop f1 takes an incredible measure of self-control to play, to say, I'm not going to do anything. I played a4, I said A, but I'm not going to say B. I'm going to say something else, and then I'm going to come up with moves like bishop b2 and rook a2. I don't think he's finding those moves. I mean, he finds those moves, check his phone or some kind. I mean, those moves are incredible. Those are, like you said, alien chess. But Topalov, I remember the game now. It was the game from last year's Sinquefield Cup. Topalov played against Nakamura. This one is a lot more sensible, though. In this position, Topalov, after the move g6 by Nakamura, it looked Nakamura was doing fine and missed a sacrifice earlier in the game. 5 pawns against 5. Here, Topalov, with no fear, typical Topalov, threw out e6 on the board, said, you want a pawn, you can have it. And after fe6, queen to g4, attacking this pawn again. Nakamura said, you want it back somehow? No, because I'm hitting your queen. He said, no, I don't want it back. I never wanted it back. It was just a pawn sack. And he sacrificed to get this position after rook f8. knight d to f3, and after bishop d5, knight e5, and it became very clear why it was that he sacrificed his pawn. Down a pawn he was. Nakamura didn't defend precisely, but still incredible pressure in this position. Topalov went on to win a fine game here. So it's just his style. Topalov is one who says, you pawns? Pawns? What are pawns? And here he's saying the same. He's given the pawn up, but he's in his element, his personal style. It's typical to give away pawns. And, of course, Giri's probably more like you, Yaz. Old pawn grubber. Hey, grab it. It looks free. But he might find that there are going to be some real challenges as this game continues.
Well, I've always thought of Veselin Topalov as one of the world's most dynamic players. Being #2 in the world, former world champion, I mean, he deserves all the accolades he gets. He loves the initiative, and like maybe only Alexei Shirov would like the initiative more and is willing to sacrifice more than Veselin. But Veselin has his fair share of sacrifices. He really is a dynamic player, and this position is simply wild that he has with Anish Giri. There's so many complicated lines, and that whole variation that Maurice was showing with bishop b2, rook a2, and knight b5.
Right. No, it's
I mean, I was having a hard time understanding any of those moves, in fact.
They're weird to find, but I think that individually, maybe they're not that hard.
Right.
Because, as I was mentioning
it's
earlier,
stringing them all together.
You're stringing them with threats, right?
Right.
So bishop f1 threatens a piece.
Right.
Then he goes back to d7. Bishop b2 is like the most natural move on the board. You want your bishop on the long diagonal. Potential threats on d5. When the knight goes to e5, well, you're getting royal forked on f3. You gotta go back.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like this, it's like, yeah, on a row, it's really hard to find. But if you go piece by piece,
move by move. Yeah.
Suddenly, maybe it's not that difficult. That being said, it's still weird. I'm just trying to justify how to get there.
Boy, I just got to say, you know, watching these guys play is a thrill.
Oh,
and
definitely.
The fact that they put some of these astounding ideas to work, it feels like magic to me. You know, like, wow, how do these concepts work? Speaking of amazing concepts, I'm looking at this Hikaru Nakamura game and I'm laughing because the king went to d8.
Yes.
Then it went back voluntarily to e8.
Yes.
Then it was forced to return to d8. Now I'm seeing after this move, knight e4, that there's an idea by Grishuk to bring his knight to g5. We may see this king yet return once more. First he defended the pawn on c7. Now the king returns. Goes to show the king can be a very good defensive piece.
The Berlin is just one of the weirdest openings I've seen. You can dance with the king on the center of the board, and it seems like, oh yeah, I'm doing okay.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Maurice with us has some information about the rating list.
Well, just a couple of points. I know that it's not that significant, but Magnus Carlsen continues his decline. This draw lost him 0.8 rating points on the 2700chess.com site. You can go to it yourself. And Vachier-Lagrave has gained 0.8 points. So he continues his march up slightly. He is number 10 in the world right now, just below Wesley So, who's number 9 in the world. And it also shows on the side that these are live, in-progress games. They will go blank when these games have concluded. Another point I want to make very quickly, this book, I just picked it up myself. Great book for learning about structures, this book, Chess Structures, a Grandmaster Guide by Mauricio, my namesake in Spanish, Flores Rios. This is the kind of book you want to look for. It won't make you into a specialist in any individual opening, but it will talk to you about structures, and that's very important to know your structures, as we've been pointing out. Now, getting back to the wild action, this game that ended in a draw, we showed that perpetual line. In fact, the game after the game did go, as we said, queen f3, bishop takes e4, and bishop takes e4, queen a6. He started with check, and he played queen f5 in this position, threatening a mate and also threatening on f6. There is no reasonable move, but rook takes e4, and the game ended in perpetual check because, of course, white is down a rook and can't do anything else. So that looks like a quiet draw. This one looks like a draw as well. Adams versus Anand. Black is just equalized very naturally and nothing much in the structure. So I think both players are thinking this will end up being a draw. So those two games notwithstanding, the round is still extremely exciting as we see this position. Let's jump to this since we haven't talked about it. Knight to b6, h5, and knight went back to f3, and now knight to b6, aiming for the c4 square. And that's fascinating, looking at how he's playing this position. He can always play c6, but he's decided, I'm going to keep the pressure on. It seems as though black is the one that can improve his position, and white simply can't. So white is getting in that territory you talked about, Alejandro, except he's being even more aggressive. He's not just going to sit around and wait. He keeps making forward-looking moves, almost like, you know, little soft jab. What are you going to do as I make more and more interesting threats and hope that the opponent opens up a bit too much before landing the haymaker? So we see here that Aronian thinks, I'm just fine. I can play moves like h5. I don't need c6. You can't do anything as white. Where is the progress? And he may be right after all.
Yeah, position.
I'm confounded.
It's a position where black just has so many moves, and white, as I think I'm still right about it, you know, still has to prove something. He still has to do something in the position that's going to at least make black uncomfortable.
Let me try.
Okay.
Let me throw out the move Rook D3. You spoke about this before. Doing
very natural.
Well, you mentioned that white could double on the D file.
Right.
You won't play the move C6, and
not
then
for
you
now.
ask, and then you won't. Then
not for
you ask,
now.
what the heck are your rooks doing on the D file? Well, to borrow an expression of Jen's, Jennifer Shahade, that is. I've got ideas of a rover. Okay, I'll tell you up front that that might be on my agenda.
All right.
Knight c4.
At least you're honest about it.
Yes,
well,
exactly.
Actually, knight c4 is not the only idea of knight b6. I was actually thinking, since I'm a Sicilian player, always sacrificing your structure on by opening the b line would actually make the rook on b8 look like it was a decent move.
Right.
So I was thinking knight a4 here.
Whoa! Look at that one. Okay, I definitely didn't see that coming. I mean, you've caught me way off guard. Knight a4, reminding me that I have a little bit of an issue here on e4. So the grab takes, leaves this guy hanging and this guy hanging, forcing the less than desirable bishop c1.
And I'm just going to keep on forward. c6.
Now c6 really does have some oomph behind it. If I end up taking, queen takes, and suddenly you got a double hit. Very nice. Knight a4 really caught me. Sorry for the image there with my pants down. Didn't want to bring, you know, it's early in the morning, but okay. Knight a4 really took me by, caught me off guard. Very nice move, and it reminds white that there are undercurrents.
Yeah.
I've never really been a great fan of this move, this bishop on e3.
Do you think he'll just trade it off?
That's what that was the question I'm about to ask. By the way, giving you a double option. C takes, B6 isn't completely...
No, it's definitely possible to take with the c pawn just to open up the file, get the rook on c4, maybe the other one on c8, think about b4 later. There's definitely a lot of options here for black. It definitely makes it more static, though. I'm always worried that if I'm going to be settled with a bishop on e7, that I don't really want to have a pawn on b6. Right? It's going to be hindering my bishop from going into this awesome diagonal a7 g1.
b6, yeah.
So things to consider. I'm not saying it's a bad move at all.
Right.
But it's something that I would actually have to be a little careful about, that in the long run, if white consolidates, then suddenly strategically he might be better simply because he got a bad bishop.
Right. So let's just go with, for the moment, the standard play, queen b6, rook d3. Again, almost begging you to play c6 to justify what I'm doing with my rook. The problem now with the rover, by the way, with the absence of the dark square bishop, I'm not a big believer that this rover is ever going to do anything on the king side. It definitely takes the shine off of my
maneuver.
Strategic plan. Having said that, your turn. Are you going for a5, b4, or are you going to do something?
It's hard to say in this position. Definitely a5, b4
is a possibility.
It's kind of one of those positions where I would just play a5 anyway. And if I'm not going to play b4, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
a5 was okay anyway.
Right, a useful move.
A useful move to always keep the tension. You know, the thread is stronger than the
execution.
So a5, just to have b4 on the table, might be a possible move. I still am not really afraid of any of your moves, and I think that a5 improved my position slightly.
Yeah.
So I like the move a5.
Okay, again, it just doesn't feel like white has the crisp, clean threats that you would like to see.
And it's definitely a position Corona wants to press. He wants to get back on the board as well. These guys are not exactly playing for fun. They're definitely playing for a large sum of money, as we can take a look at the prices here at the London Chess Classic. $300,000 on prize fund.
In each tournament, this being the third tournament, that's $900,000.
Right. And at the end of this event, $150,000 extra dollars will be split by the top 3 finishers. I believe the top price is $100,000. Was it 75?
Was it 75, 50, 25?
Yeah, I think it was $75,000. So definitely a lot of money on the line, especially for the one that not only takes this tournament, but takes the entire chess tour.
Right.
And for now, Veselin Topalov and Levon Aronian are leading on the earnings this year on the Grand Chess Tour, both taking home $90,000. Hikaru Nakamura, not too shabby at $80,000. And, well, the rest are splitting the rest of the pot.
Right, but $1,050,000 in this inaugural tour, I mean...
Quite a bit of money.
Players are pleased. Maurice.
Well, guys, I'd like to get you in on this discussion because I'm fighting with the engine, and it's just, you know, it's got its own mind. And just one of those things where it just doesn't listen and say, okay, well, let's do this. So sometimes you need to talk with somebody who's going to talk back as opposed to just say, this move, this move. All right. In this position, I thought the best move was the move knight to d2. I thought an interesting move was the move knight to d2. I've been trying to get my knight over to this side of the board because this c6 square really is interesting to me. And the idea of possibly knight b3, knight a5, knight c6, although maybe I'll get up there and find that, again, I'm you know, in purple robes, but got no party to go to. This move, knight d2, though, still, if it gets to this square at the right time, could be a good one. The point to this move, critically, is that this knight a4 move, Alejandro, is a good-looking move, but after takes, suddenly b4 shows up on the board. And I don't think you're going to be too thrilled by this particular position. The pawn's ready to go to b4, maybe knight c4. So what do you guys do here? Knight to d2 looks like an idea. And also, I want to trade this bishop for one of these knights at some point. Not for this guy. I'd rather trade it for this guy and get the light square grip. I feel like if white gets a light square grip, maybe even this knight will show up here, but I don't like it here because g6 is too easy. I just feel like there might be a little pressure after the move knight to d2.
Right, well, you're going to have to see what Corona has in store. Knight d2 looks definitely like an interesting move Aronian will have to react to. We actually have Jennifer Shahade live in London with our world champion, Magnus Carlsen.
So tell us a little bit about the opening today.
Well, it was the Sveshnikov. It's quite a forcing opening. Then, well, Maxime usually plays the bishop b5. Sicilian, so I was a little bit surprised, but then, yeah, he sort of confused some lines, and very early on, I think it was clear that I had no problems. I was searching for an advantage, but I couldn't find it. There was nothing clear, so decided to force a draw.
All right, so what do you like most about playing in London?
Well, I haven't been here for many years, but I like the fact that I won it many times.
Right, that was the year that you broke Gary Kasparov's record for the highest rating, right?
Yeah, I won 3 times, so that was one of them. So it's many good memories.
Now, what's different about this time?
It's a longer tournament, it's a stronger tournament, so it will be more difficult.
So you've been doing a lot of mainstream interviews for The Telegraph, and you did a TV show yesterday. And I noticed in one you said that you wanted to play more intuitively and more by instinct. Do you feel that you got off to a good start there?
No. There wasn't so much room for creativity today, but yeah, draw with black is good.
And who in this tournament do you feel like is going to be in good form?
I don't know. It's hard to say after one round. So
So what is this about? Winning the Grand Chess Tour or winning the London Chess Classic?
For me, it's about finding my play. I haven't played too well recently, so I need to get back to playing this again.
All right, great, thank you.
Carlsen being Magnus, but yeah, he was on the BBC. He's really one of the players that, for me, like Garry Kasparov, has really elevated in the mainstream media. Let's say.
Right.
They don't really pay attention to chess and chess grandmasters, but when you say Garry Kasparov, you talk about name recognition. When you say Magnus Carlsen today, you really talk about name recognition, and going on the BBC and being interviewed is proof positive of that.
Well, and I want to ask you something. Is it part of the responsibilities of being a world champion?
Absolutely.
Because, and this is something I didn't say, but Judith Polgar did say in an interview once that Vachier-Lagrave was not a good world champion. And the reason for that is that outside of India, he didn't do much to say to the world, I'm world champion, look at me, bring the attention to me.
There I have a little bit trouble because, in fact, to my mind, Vichy has been a great world champion. I mean, he was a great world champion. He's a consummate gentleman at the board, in his public appearances. He's really worked with children. He's all of the stuff he does, has really, really been good. It didn't capture the Western attention. He didn't capture. If you want to make a criticism, Vladimir Kramnik, the same thing. Very inwardly type of person. I see Garry Kasparov was larger than life. I mean, he was outsized, right? Very controversial, always good for a quote, that type of thing. Whereas with Vichy, in terms of a quote, he's going to give you something like, well, it was a tough day.
Right.
Like really not blowing your hair back, right? So, but I do feel very, very strongly that if you're a world champion in basically any sport, but most especially chess, you've got to be a great ambassador for your sport.
And I hope so. Yeah. Well, one of the players that's definitely vying to get that spot is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and we have him live with Jennifer Shahade from London.
All right, so tell us a little bit about the game today. Were you surprised by the opening?
Well, I expected that it was possible, but somehow I didn't check simply this time because I had the lot to check it, and I immediately made a big inaccuracy, and I was already fighting for equality, which I barely managed to fight.
Do you feel extra pressure playing against Magnus?
Not really. I mean, all the guys here are, very strong. Of course, Magnus is #1 in the world. He's had a tough few months, but of course, we expect a lot from him all the time, but it didn't really matter today. I just went home immediately from the start.
And so what was the inaccuracy that you're talking about?
I just played A1 night before, too quickly, and basically I never moved it. And I was not even going to play it, but somehow I remembered my analysis, but it was anyway not in this move order.
What does it feel like over the board when you realize that moment? Do you have a sinking feeling, or is it just something where you're just able to recover pretty quickly?
Well, it happens to me many times, so I'm kind of used to it, but it's never pleasant, of course. You have to more pressure when you watch.
Now, what's your favorite thing about London?
Well, I've not been in London so many times. I mean, I've been there once, but back in 2005 or something. So, I mean, I have to enjoy the city a bit, but right now I've not been able to.
Got it. And this tournament, any expectations that you have? Anything that you think we're going to see?
I don't know. I'm really hoping for good results. Of course, that's not a really great start, but it's not a bad one either. And I will see if I can pick up the form I had. I have for a few months now, and if so, I hope to achieve some good success.
Now, I know most of the players, when asked about the math tie breaks and the Grand Chess Tour standings, they always say they take it one game at a time. But I understand that you're really into math. So have you calculated the simulations and the chances that different players are going to win?
No, I mean, I didn't do any statistics to figure out, what were our expected results. I mean, really, it's all about the tournament before the Grand Chess Tour standings anyway.
I see. Okay. Well, very good luck, and we'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Well, a solid start here for MVL, who draws against Magnus, as they both said, confusing maybe the variation a little bit for White, which didn't allow him to really create much out of the opening. Actually, we saw a couple of variations where we thought Magnus might even slightly take over, and I think that it was kind of wise for MVL to bail out with that draw that he did. A very opportune moment.
Right, exactly. And again, I thought it was ironic that the interview with Magnus, that he wanted to come and play creatively. Today he fell into one of those variations where everything is forced, and any deviation from these forced moves would be disastrous. So there was no creativity in the game, and it was simply a well-played draw.
It happens.
It does. Yeah. And I'm going back for a moment, just taking a look at the game of our tournament leader, Veselin Topalov, against Anish Giri. This was actually a line of variation, I mean to say, that Maurice had looked at some while ago, and Maurice had just pointed out a variation where it was useful from White's point of view to have this pawn on a4, because after there was this crazy line with bishop b2 and rook a2, and the knight sometimes jumped to b5. But on the other hand, it's so human. You want to just win your pawn back, right? I mean, the only piece that's defending the d5 pawn is the b6 knight. So if you didn't rush your pawn up the board and play rook a4, knight takes d5, you know, people would say, oh, like he's using a computer or something crazy, you know. So a5, very, very natural human move. And so we're anticipating this move, knight d7, correct?
I'm surprised Giri's thinking, actually. Can he play rook c8, or knight d7 is just forced? It looks like knight d7 is forced.
Well, let's just make sure of that, because rook c8 is a move you'd like to play if you can get away with it, but
it gives me a free tempo, I think, on bishop b2 also.
Right. Rook takes, you can't capture this way, because, again, that pin looks pretty decisive. If you capture with the queen, it would be just so inhuman to allow
the pawn
to get to a7. You'd almost have to ask yourself, how on earth did that pawn get to a7? You know.
No, this looks terrible.
Yeah,
no, he has to play knight d7.
Right. So knight d7. So what's he thinking about?
Oh, he did play knight d7.
Okay, for sure. We thought that was. Oops, excuse me. My mouse is kind of. Whoa, let me get it. I got to get my grippers on that knight on b6 so I can move it. And then clearly, Veselin has rook a4 in mind.
That looks like the point behind a5, after all, is to clear this
diagonal. To get off of this.
Right. And he did play rook a4. He just played the move. Yeah.
Of course. By the way, another thing that I like about Veselin Topalov's play as a professional player at the board, when he's on his mojo, when he's getting it going, he plays quickly.
Right.
He just doesn't hang around and second guesses his moves. He really plays fast. And for example, once again, Magnus Carlsen losing on time. You know, he's a fast player. He's very, very practical. And when he's thinking in a forcing kind of manner, he plays very quickly. So rook a4. What was the main lines we were looking at? Were we playing queen e5?
I think so. Though, to be fair, he is playing rather slowly today. He
did?
He only has 27 minutes left.
Oh, he has played slowly, I beg your pardon.
So he has 27 minutes and 34 seconds for 18 moves, which is not bad. But it's not exactly fast, right?
It's not a fast-paced at all. No, I think it wasn't it bishop b2?
Well, it's black to move, so I think queen e5 was the move.
Queen e5.
But
I beg your pardon.
I might be wrong on that one, but I wanted to say the knight on d7 went to c5 in some of the variations we saw.
So were we gunning for knight takes? But then we got knight c5 and things heating up again. This
we can ask Maurice Ashley to update us on some of those variations.
Well, I've been drilling and drilling and drilling with the engine, going down deep, looking to try to figure out the form here. Guys, it's a confusing position, but it looks as though Vasily Topalov has judged this correctly from a practical standpoint. He doesn't have to find super genius moves. He just has to find genius moves. and then he'll be fine. At least he gets his pawn back in this line, and Black still has work to do in this line. So let's take a look going back to this position. No, let's go back even further here. After rook a4, the Indians are giving queen e5 as the best move, and now knight takes d5. Got my pawn back. It's in my hand. No problem. Now, the question was this move, knight 7 to c5. This looked like a challenge to White's position. Why? Well, the rook's under attack, and the pawn's under attack. This is a fork. These two pieces will be under attack, and this bishop will be hanging. How is he going to handle that move? The engines are saying that there are a couple of moves that make White, well, there are plenty of moves that make White much worse. But if White really wants to keep the advantage, the key move is this bizarre one, rook to h4, way on the other side of the board. Could you have guessed the a1 rook was going to be on h4 in just a few moves? Kind of bizarre. But the more important point is, well, what happens after knight b3? Thank you very much. I'm forking your queen and bishop. What's the big deal here? You might have thought it was queen h6 and you got all happy and excited until the guy says, yeah, and go ahead, mate me. I dare you. And you might look and take, and when he moves over, there's no mate. There's nothing there, and the queen can always go back to g7. The position is barely in balance. It looks like there's some lines that lead to potentially a draw with something like this and check and pick off this knight, and White is fighting for equality there after queen g7. Okay, that doesn't work, but the key move here, remember, he's lost his pawn, so it's not like he won the pawn back. The key move here, and winning, is queen to g5, and I mean winning. This is huge. Why is that? Knight f6 check with the rook coming down is suddenly on the board. And be careful, don't put your king on f8 because knight d7 check picks it off. So this problem suddenly arises, and after bishop takes, we have the knight f6 problem, we have the knight c7 problem, and it's White for choice suddenly in the position. White is coldly winning here. You can look for a while and not find any way to defend yourself properly because of these two threats from afar. Rook e6 still allows this move. So this position here, rook to h4, this is the one after queen e5, rook h4 after knight c5 and rook h4 happening, this position is tricky for Black to find great moves. The natural move, knight takes c1, looks like the best move, but queen takes c1, and even these variations get a little crazy. I hate to put too many of the analysis I've been doing on the board, but it's important to take a look at some lines. Right here, knight b3 again is bad because of queen to a3, and this knight is trapped. It has no way to go anywhere back home. You can mess around with some variations that just don't work with bishop to e2 and all that. So that's not a great line. And if you don't take, the other move is bishop to e2. This might be the best way for Black to play, is to challenge this rook and try to get the knight in on this square. And your rook is really short of squares, as a matter of fact. Has to be careful. But the engines give this crazy sacrifice. Exchange sack, I call it crazy, but he's even in material, but he sacrificed in exchange so that he can play this move. a6. Huh? What? Well, the main point is this knight is beating all the black pieces. If it ever gets it on a dark square, you're in trouble. This pawn is hanging, so if you take queen to c6 and suddenly the move knight f6 is hitting this rook, it's hitting h7, and incredibly, White is just better. Down a pawn and an exchange, and it's White for choice here. Not winning, but better for sure, according to the engines. So, again, crazy play. It seemed as though this line was more stable, but it's gone into something that just looks also pretty insane. But the more you look at it, the more you feel like, yeah, White can handle himself here. If you're Vasily Topalov at his level, he'll be able to find these moves, as you call it, Alejandro, one by one, one at a time. I'll play this one. It looks pretty good. And he should be okay. Meantime, Giri, as calm as he was after taking on d4, Boy, he looks deep in thought now, and I think he's realizing there's danger in them there hills.
He has to make sure that there's no problems with any of the tactical variations. It seems like the computer's finding ways, but it definitely looks like it's a little bit dangerous. And actually,
there's no question about that. When you play a move like bishop takes d4, you're weakening a lot of dark squares around your king side. It has consequences.
Well, let's see if he pays for it. Meanwhile, we got Jennifer Shahade live from... Oh, we don't have her just yet. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see because, as you said, bishop takes d4 just weakens so many of the dark squares. So this move, queen g5, when Maurice put it on the board,
that was nice.
It was nice, but
knight f6 check.
It became obvious that yeah, you're weakening all your dark squares. If I can actually get a knight to give a useful check, then suddenly your position is close to collapsing. I think Giri definitely has to be careful in some of these variations. He's one of those players that really believes in his position.
Yes.
A lot of the times, I remember we were analyzing post-mortem on the Singfield Cup. He played the game against MVL. And everybody that came downstairs, Magnus came downstairs and he looked at the position and it's like, oh yeah, MVL is better. And somebody else came downstairs like, oh yeah, MVL is better. The computer gave MVL a slight edge. At the end of the game, I think was a draw. And Anish Giri came downstairs and he was like, wasn't I just better at this position?
Yeah.
And
didn't I have the initiative?
Didn't have an extra pawn.
Right.
And I think that he's a player that's very confident in his positions, which is a good thing and a bad thing because sometimes you actually have to be careful and be like, well, this position's actually not that good. I got to actually be careful of certain variations. And I think this is the type of position where I think Giri, it's easy to underestimate White's initiative.
Right.
And it seems like we do have Jennifer Shahade ready from London.
Okay, got it. Yeah, got it. Okay. Thanks, guys. I'm here with Malcolm Payne, the organizer of the London Chess Classic. So however did you choose these dazzling colors today?
Well, it occurred to me that I've worn the same suit 2 years in a row. I thought 3 would be unlucky, so, I went shopping.
Well, this year is very special. This year is the Grand Chess Tour, right? So how does it feel different than so many other times that you've organized and been at the helm of this great tournament?
Well, it's the strongest tournament we've ever had, mainly because being part of the Grand Chess Tour ensures you get 9 of the world's top 10 or 11 players. So this is the highest category we've ever had in the UK. That's wonderful. We also have this added bonus of the $150,000 prize at the end of the year. It's climaxing in London, and, the players have even more to fight for than usual.
Yeah, and it's great that it's a tournament within a tournament, right? So it's never going to be boring, right?
Exactly. Something's going to change. You can have several draws, but something will change. For example, the rating performances of the players affects significantly whether they qualify for next year's tour.
So I know you can't really have favorites as the organizer, but is there any player that excites you the most, just their style or their personality?
I mean, I've always liked Hikaru because, his never-say-die approach, plays for a win in every position, and also he's played some of the most incredible games here. I mean, we always remember the King's Indian game against Kramnik, which, just goes down as one of the most fantastic games we've ever played on these shores, actually. I know you had a kind of an equivalent against Wesley, but I think actually the game against Kramnik was even more explosive. Made a deep impression on me at the time.
Yeah, Nakamura, we know you're saying that for the American fans watching this, right? Well, what else are you excited about? I know this is a bigger festival than, of course, this amazing tournament. There's also a lot of other things going on, right? I mean, tell me about that.
It is remarkable that every aspect of the London Chess Classic is sold out. So we have, as I'm sure you've been around to see, a huge chess festival going on. We've had over 1,000 entries for all the side events. We've got a FIDE rated open, we've got weekend tournaments, we've got weekday tournaments, we've got junior tournaments, we've got amateur tournaments, and it's completely sold out. We've got a chess conference going on, looking at chess in society, people bringing their ideas and experiences of chess in prisons, chess with addiction, chess for asylum seekers and refugees, and of course chess in schools, which is one of the basic points of the whole thing. We're backed by the charity Chess in Schools and Communities, and that's completely sold out. So actually next year I'm looking around thinking I've got to find somewhere bigger to hold this wonderful tournament.
Wow, so chess is getting more popular.
Yeah,
that's the conclusion.
I mean, it was a bit of a breakthrough yesterday night when Magnus got on something called the One Show, which is one of the most popular shows in the UK in prime time at 7 o'clock in the evening. It's on every weekday. It has between 4.5 and 6 million viewers, and everybody in Britain knows the One Show. So for Magnus to get on that was really a bit of a breakthrough for chess, and actually in a way for Magnus.
That's amazing. Well, we'll keep going with that. Now, I know at heart you're still a chess lover, because with all of your responsibilities, your eyes are glued to the games as well.
Yes.
So what do you think today? What is the game of the round?
Well, I think I've got a feeling that the Nakamura, the Aronian Caruana white against Aronian is a bit of a slow burn, that one. But now I just noticed that there's a little bit of action on the queen side, and lots of pieces are still on the board. There isn't going to be a liquidation there. I think that we'll see some interesting play there. The Mickey Adams as keeping Vachier-Lagrave and just keeping him at bay with no difficulties. And I think Giri against Topolov, it looks like it might liquidate to a draw. Although there are some interesting possibilities. Perhaps Nakamura against Grishuk has got the capacity to become a little bit wild, because as we know, Berlin defence might look very dull, but Black has these two bishops, and his white bishop. When you see that white bishop on c6 and it's looking all the way down to h1. You just think, there's potential for some dangerous tactics here too.
Absolutely. And then in that Caruana game that you mentioned, that one intrigues me too. Who do you like? Do you like Caruana or Aronian in that game?
Well, it was funny. So Caruana went knight h2 to go knight g4, and
knight a2.
And Aronian said h5. No, you're not doing that. So he said, all right, I'm going to go knight a2, and so then Aronian went c6 to try and block that off. I don't know. I just slightly prefer to be Black. I know if you look at it, Black's bishop isn't very good, but Black's pieces just look a little bit more active to me. And also, Aronian in e4, e5 positions. I mean, he's so brilliant at them. He seems to play them better than anyone in the world, I think. So I slightly favour him, perhaps. You said I'm a chess lover. Last year I managed to play as well. Managed to sneak a few games. One tournament I haven't mentioned is we also have a huge rapid tournament on the final weekend with 20 plus grandmasters, lots of people over 2,600, and last year I managed to sneak a few games in that tournament, and hopefully I'll do the same.
Okay, so I was asking if you were going to play in that as well. Yeah. All right, well, we're here with Malcolm Payne at the London Chess Classic, organizer and player. So, thanks.
Of course, when I'm in St. Louis, I like to play Blitz outside.
We'll be hitting you up for some more wisdom. Thanks, guys. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, we mentioned him as a player, but he's not just a chess player, a Slav.
He's an international
mastermind.
Very strong player as well. Yeah.
And a chess lover. And I think it's a good time actually to take our second break of the day. And we will be right back with the initial round from London Chess Classic.
Remind me when we return to tell a story of self-confidence in Anatoly Karpov. It's a good one.
Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're here live on the first round of the London Chess Classic, the final tournament in this year's Grand Chess Tour. And we have a lot of interesting games so far developing. We've had a little bit of an update in the Nakamura game. We only have one result so far, as Vachier-Lagrave drew in a complicated Sveshnikov against world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and before we get right into the games, I did want to share the story of self-confidence and how confidence is critical in not just the professional chess grandmasters' lives, but in all types of sports. You have to have a great deal of self-confidence. And I recall these Melody Amber tournaments that were played in Monaco. Joop van Oostrum brought together the world's elite players to play blindfold and rapid chess against one another. And there was this game where Vichy Anand was white against Anatoly Karpov, and it was an isolated queen pawn position. And after 15 moves, very, very standard position, and the players came and analyzed with all the elite grandmasters gathered around and making kibitzing comments. And Anand said, well, in this position, I just kind of hit a brick wall. I didn't know how to increase my advantage. And Anatoly Karpov said, advantage? Advantage? What advantage? I stand better. And Vichy said, no, I stand better. And like two school kids going back and forth, they argued like that for a few minutes. And then Vichy said, look, Anatoly, this is the game between you, Anatoly Karpov, you are white, against Tigran Petrosian. It was the 1972 USSR championship. And this was the same position. Anatoly was stunned. Everybody was quiet. And Anatoly said, my God, you're right. Okay, but after a little maneuvering, soon I will be better. So this is self-confidence on how critical it is. Now, turning to the games, the Berlin. It's an amazing weapon amongst the world's elite players. We did see this move, bishop c6, knight g5, and I was saying, you look at this king dance.
And the king has to go back to e8. There's no choice. There's no other way of defending the f7 square that makes any sense. You just put a bishop on c6. Don't want to put it back on e8.
So we've seen this king kind of oscillate between the e8 and d8 squares. White played the natural f4.
So this is the crushing f5. I mean, once f5's on the board, it's over.
Yes, you can. And then suddenly, this counterintuitive blockading move f5, giving up the e6 square, caused us to take a deep breath, and it's the #1 move on the computer's hit list as the best move.
That's what I'm saying that I cannot play.
the Berlin. But now we see something. Okay, white, Grishuk, develops his rook, and we see this move g6.
Solidifying f5.
Right, and if the knight ever gets to f5, for example, let's do a reasonable move, knight c4, bringing back our knight from Siberia.
Makes a lot of sense.
Takes, knight comes to f5, well, you got ideas of a rook h4 check and mate in the position, so we got to go bishop f2. And if Hikaru wants, he's got a simple draw by repetition, and I don't think there's any reason for black to immediately go for that.
You even think that he can push for some kind of advantage?
Maybe he might even push. You stick your bishop on e7, you've got the draw in the pocket, so to speak. It's confounding. It's just simply confounding.
And the power of this light squared bishop on c6 now shows black completely dominates the h file. There is no way you can put a rook on h1 anytime soon. So yeah, I can see how Grishuk could even get in trouble if he overpresses. Now he has to start thinking, hey, there are issues in the position. I'm not saying he's worse yet, by the way.
Right, but you're closing in on that train of thought.
On the assumption that if something goes wrong, if I go inaccurately, suddenly there are some issues with White's position once the knight gets to f5.
Agreed.
And speaking of slight issues, Maurice Ashley has an update with us on another one of the interesting games today.
All right.
All right, quick, fast, you get a test. Which opening did this position come out of? Guaranteed everybody fails the test. You will instantly say it was indeed a Sicilian, and clearly Mr. Maurice Grandmaster, it was a Sveshnikov. And, of course, we know this was a Ruy Lopez. So, again, we see structures morphing into one another. The Ruy Lopez is especially an important one. There's some openings that I mentioned. The Ruy Lopez is one. The King's Indian is another. Openings, structures you just should know. The Sicilian is, of course, the other one as well. You should know these three for sure. They should have been featured in your repertoire at some point, or you at least study them because they morph so well into each other. A Ruy Lopez could easily become a King's Indian. He could also easily become a Sicilian. It is absolutely the granddaddy of openings, and it was played far back in the 15th century. So we get this opening coming from a Ruy Lopez, e4, e5, with the first two moves with the bishop b5 line. But now it is indeed a Sicilian and a Sveshnikov at that. Well, it actually could have been out of any Sicilian, to be truthful. Most Sicilians with e5, Najdorf Sicilian, could have gone into this line very, very easily. This knight now wishes it could move like a bishop, hop over this pawn and end up on the d5 square, have a pure advantage for white. That is where he's going to go. Even then, Sveshnikov players, Sicilian players think, yeah, okay, so what, you got that much. But I have to say this pawn on h5 does make it feel like white might have some more. How will this knight get to that square? Will it be able to go maybe d2, f1, e3, d5? Will it be able to possibly go e1, c2, and one of these squares, b4 or d5? That's interesting. But the reality is white has a light square lock. And with the light square lock, it's only white that can be better here. Black will play for counterplay with moves like a5 and b4. So he needs to hurry up with stuff like that. But that's typical Sveshnikov, typical counterplay to play. Actually, he has played the move a5. It is on the board, so that is now there, and we see this position going very interesting. The other position to note, after a long think, Giri did play the move queen to e5. Queen to e5 is on the board, and knight takes d5 was played. White has his pawn back, and we're anticipating knight to c5, and this move, will he play it? Rook to h4. I suspect that Topalov will play that move in this position, and this game will be interesting. Those two games are super interesting. This one, not so much. This one, a lot of trades have happened in the game between Anand and Adams, and it looks as though Black has perfectly equalized the game. We expect this one to go the way of the Carlsen game and should be pretty much a draw. Just doesn't seem as though anything can happen there. But the other games are definitely fireworks.
Thank you, Maurice.
And it's always interesting to see the different styles of chess players. And of course, I'm not going to argue with the computer, but I don't think that it's actually Black that can be worse in the Aronian game, simply because as a Sveshnikov player, I know that, well, even if the knight gets to d5, it's not a big deal. But specifically in this position, the knight on f3 is so terrible because he can't reach d5. Mm-hmm. If you go through trying to get it through e3, I always have bishop g5 to stop you.
Right.
And if you go through b4, where I already stopped you with a5. So it's never actually going to reach d5.
Right.
So without this knight actually getting there, I'm not really sure what white's going to do. Okay. Whereas I want to go a5, b4.
Right.
I mean, I'm just going to open up this queen side. All my rooks are there. E4 pawn feels a little uncomfortable. Sometimes your f2 pawn feels uncomfortable, depending on the position. So, I mean, I'm the kind of player that's like, well, give me the black pieces. I'm okay.
Really? This is so wonderful. Really, this conversation that we're having right now together, Alejandro, reminds me of one of my favorite books. Richard Reddy wrote a book called Masters of the Chessboard, where he explained the ideas and how generations bring new creative ideas to the table, and remembering that the Indian defenses got their name because they were like kind of considered gypsy-like openings. You know, you didn't want to go there with them. It violated the classical principles. This position between Fabiano and Levon was considered unplayable for Black. The reason was back in the 1950s, there was this match, these radio matches of the Soviet Union versus the United States. The USA had been gold medal Olympic winners, okay, in the Olympiad Games leading up to World War II, and we were considered some of the best players in the world. And the Soviet Union challenged us, and we thought that we were the favorites going to the match, and we got wiped out.
Right.
There was a classical game of Vasily Smyslov white versus Arnold Denker black. And just as you said, the knight got to d5, and it was a wipeout. It was a really one-dimensional game. Play on one goal. Black didn't know what he was doing. Arnold Denker got crushed. It made such a powerful impression. This position was just simply considered unplayable. And it's like the generations today, like my generation would say, what are you talking about, Alejandro? You know, I don't get it. This is all white, right? So it's just sort of like, you know, how chess evolves, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I can't break this classical bind that I'm in, and I do like white. So after, for example, let us put that move on the board, a5, for just a second, and let me play this move. I don't like my knight on f3. I don't like your rook on c4 either. Let me play this move, knight d2, and give you the boot. So where do you want to go? C5 perhaps, or C6, or C8, or...
I would say C7 looks like the most logical because it keeps options so large.
Okay, let me route my knight to...
And here's the move that I definitely want to play.
Bishop g5.
I don't want to let you go in there.
Yeah, so you're keeping my knight at bay. Let me post up with my rook, rook to d4, rook to d5. So I'm trying to eyeball this... what we always thought of the backward pawn.
Right.
Okay. I'm hoping that you're going to go b4, and I'll tell you why. If you do play b4, I'm hoping that after takes, first of all, this rook, hello,
yeah.
I'm over there. And secondly, when I go c4, I've got that light square control. So I don't think you want to play b4.
Not immediately.
So how would it go?
Well,
rook c5?
Rook c5 is definitely an option in this position.
Okay.
I was looking at rook c4 again, but I like rook c5 better.
Okay, then I'll post up, you know, as we say, double the rooks, double trouble.
Yeah, and you think there's a little bit of pressure in this position.
Because I can create the... Normally speaking, you're right. You get the knight on d5, and you're really proud of yourself, and then you discover the knight's in the way of
the rooks.
Of the rooks hitting the d6 pawn. So here, maybe I've succeeded somewhat in putting pressure on
Well,
Levon's
even these kind of
position.
positions, I think if you take on d5, take on d5, and go queen c6 usually, I'm not really that scared.
You're not scared, okay. And sorry to this wonderful battle of the classical version, the modern players. You're representing the modern generation, the computer generation. I'm representing the, well, I don't want to say Capablanca generation, but okay, I'm representing the old fogies.
Yeah, and these are the kind of positions where I think, okay, I have rook b6, and I'm going to go queen c4 at some point. Why am I scared? I always have bishop c1 to create counterplay. Yeah, your rooks are great and stuff, but okay, now what's your next move?
Well, I just want to bring my knight into the game.
All right, then this is where I'm going to take a trade, hold the position, and I'm not so sure I'm actually worse.
You don't feel it, though. You just don't feel it.
That
d6 pawn is not, like tingling, is it?
I just go back to the classics. Nimzovich once said, you need 2 weaknesses.
And you've only got one.
I've only got one in this position. As long as I hold on to that pawn, I think I'll be okay. But to be fair, in this position, it is white that has the press in the position.
Just an insight, not just for yourself, but definitely our viewers and listeners. Don't put your trust in Nimzovich. The guy was a bozo,
We didn't hear it from me, from a classical chess player.
Don't put your trust in Nimzovich. Maurice, break in on this one.
How dare you talk about Nimzovich like that? My goodness, the guy was a bozo?
Bozo.
Respect your elders, man. Respect the dead. No way in the world. Well, he definitely, we have had arguments about Nimzovich for a while. But I'm on the other side. I do side with Nimzovich in many ways. But that's for another time. In the meantime, we have some stuff that's broken out on this board. Rook a d1, g6, and now the move knight to e6. And as soon as knight e6 lands on the board, the engines go nuts and say, black is now winning.
Whoa.
Horrible, horrible, horrible for white. The winning move, you're threatening knight c7 check, picking off an exchange. Go right ahead. Pawn takes pawn, defend this position. And the reality is there is mate in them their hills. Knight takes c7 check, king f7, knight takes a8, and suddenly knight f5 check out of nowhere, and you're in big trouble. Don't take the pawn because rook h4 check, this beautiful bishop guarding squares. You have to go up into the board, and there are two separate mate threats, either bishop e7, bishop h6. You're getting mated. After knight to f5 check, if you don't take, you have very few squares to go to. The only other move is king to f2, and suddenly the black pieces come streaming into the position. Rook h2 check, and don't go here because you get mated. Again, rook check, king over, and then thank you very much for a nice little mate on that square. So that means that the only move is king back to e1, horrible after knight takes, and now a fork here. By the way, the knight's just hanging, so that's a problem, and be careful for any dangers here in this position. So that means that going all the way back, after knight e6, f takes g4, how do you play? How do you play? The problem is black is threatening all the normal stuff. He's threatening knight f5. He's looking for the mating ideas we just pointed out. And if you take this pawn back, now the move bishop to d7, and hello, there's no way to defend the knight. It's pinned, and there's no way to protect it. f5 doesn't do anything because a pawn takes. So that means you have to sacrifice here on d7. And after king takes d7, you're just down in exchange. What is Grischuk doing with this move? And did he move yet? Did Nakamura has not moved after knight to e6? At least we're not registering any moves. But it looks as though the engine's saying this position looks busted. Knight e6 looks like a horrible mistake, and Nakamura is sitting there, as we see there. Of course, we get some kind of lag with the internet image being so far away in London. We're all the way here in St. Louis getting this image. But still, Nakamura is thinking, you know he sees all the ideas. There's no question. The question is there something hidden here that Grischuk has planned? Maybe something in the exchange sack that he thinks he should be better in that position, or his compensation? What is going on? What's the mystery to allow this clear, crushing line by Nakamura?
I'm wondering what he missed, because it's not a position where, I mean, f takes g4 is not considerable. It's not like knight takes c7 is so decisive that you can take on, not consider knight, pawn takes g4, knight f5. And we actually have a result. The game between Vichy Anand and Michael Adams finished in a draw. Not the most eventful game of the day.
That is true. It was that reverse Sicilian, and things really calmed down after a swap of minor pieces. All of these minor pieces got swapped. We suddenly in a major piece ending with 7 pawns each.
Nothing special for either side.
Neither player having an edge, and let's just go for it.
Just found a repetition.
They did. The two players found a repetition and agreed to a draw. So again, not the most eventful game, but from a definite confidence booster for the wild card player, Mickey Adams.
You're
black against former world champion Vichy Anand.
A player that clearly you've had a lot of trouble with, as we saw from the statistics.
Yeah.
No, I think it's an excellent start for Mickey, and I think Anand wanted a little more than this.
Oh, gosh, yes. Oh, gosh, yes. I mean, he had that beautiful result in Norway, disappointing result in St. Louis. He knows that a big result in the London Classic gets him right into the thick of the bonus money. So
yeah, he wanted to start with a bang, and I think he wanted to outplay Adams slowly or something, but it totally backfired. Adams very comfortably drew this game, never had an issue the entire game, and he'll be happy. He'll be happy with this result.
Agreed. If I can just flash back to a moment to the Aronian game, pretty much what we said might happen. He didn't play knight d2, by the way.
He played immediately rook
d5, and then we saw the move rook c5, and Levon continued with his b4 press. The rook came to d5. And this is the current position on the board? Yeah. Okay. This doesn't, again, I get this feeling that the knight on f3 is really probably on one of the worst circuits at the moment.
Definitely. It's 4 moves away from d5, which is as far away from d5 as it gets from any decent position on the board.
But I've got a trick in the position. Let me show you my trick, or my hope for trick. Let's say you go queen c6. you have other moves, but at least let me just show you this one idea that white might be able to come up with. After c4, if you play a move like b3,
just to weaken the square,
I've got some possibilities of imbalancing the game. This would be more or less the ideal.
Yeah,
because then I could actually, that's
some pressure.
So, you know, maybe
still some edge for.
Maybe it's not as much. I like the knight being on a more flexible circuit than on f3. But if I can go c4, c5, then my knight on f3 could turn out to be a brilliant animal.
And unfortunately for Aronian, the trick on taking on c3 doesn't quite work. Instead of retreating the queen.
Oh, pardon me. I didn't even consider it. So let's see. The trick
that a little tricky sometimes. But yeah, there's two ways so that this doesn't work. Taking on b2, and both rook c8 and rook b5 should be winning for white. Unfortunately, this doesn't work for Aronian, which would instantly get rid of the pressure.
Exactly.
So he has to settle by retreating the queen somewhere. And yeah, you're right that I mean I'm assuming that Caruana will take on b4. No, it doesn't really matter where I retreat the queen.
Right, whether it be c7 or b7.
It makes me think a7 because you get access to what will be open a file eventually.
Okay, good.
You don't want to play c4 and allow me to take on a3. I don't think you really want to do that.
No, it was never my intention. I wanted to keep the b file closed from the black rook.
So now at least I get my queen on an appropriate file. I don't know.
Just trying to keep me honest, with the downside, with a backdoor check on my first rank. So c4, but still, I got some
ideas,
nibble at least, and well, visually, I must say the rook makes a powerful impression. Maybe it's one of those visually looks good, but
not that important. Maybe.
One of the crazy parts, I've seen many games where, as you have mentioned, that when the bishop gets to this diagonal, you know, things really turn. Maurice mentioned the legal move once where the knight hopped to d5.
Right, and now
from f3, now you want to hop with the bishop to c5.
Where it would be just beautiful.
Yeah, then suddenly the whole strategy changes.
So we actually have Vachier-Lagrave with Jennifer Shahade over in London.
Hello guys, this is Jen Shahade. I'm with Viswanathan Anand here at the London Chess Classic, the last stop of the Grand Chess Tour. Tell us a little bit about your game today.
Well, I think in the opening, the critical moment is when I went queen d2. Somehow I wasn't paying too much attention to a5. Somehow after that I couldn't get knight c5 to work. Maybe Michael had a point that I should have gone knight c5 without queen d2. After that, it was a little bit awkward for white, but I think nothing really serious was going on. And towards the end, I have this little trick with queen b7, but unfortunately, rook b8 holds everything.
So you two have battled a lot in the past. How does it feel to do it here in the Grand Chess Tour stage?
Nothing special. I mean, we play each other so often that I think each individual meeting kind of loses its significance.
So what's your favorite thing about playing in London, or your favorite thing just about London in general?
Well, it's a fantastic city to be in. And when I was young, I used to come here very often. There used to be a couple of open tournaments. I used to pop by here. And then for a long time, there were just no big events in the UK. And I didn't get a chance to visit. So it's a chance for me to catch up. And of course, the London Chess Classic has become a very important tradition. Started in 2009 and it's just a very, very good tradition. I think it's what they're doing also with the chess in schools and communities is wonderful, and it's good to see the UK back actively organizing chess events.
What feels different about it now that there's the Grand Chess Tour? So there's a little bit of an extra element to the event.
Yes, I think since I'm not particularly doing well in the standings, I think I should just focus on this event, and you know, if things shape up well, then we'll take it from there.
Yeah, I think you can win the Grand Chess Tour if you win.
But I'm still, I need a lot of things to fall into place, so I think it's better to focus on this tournament than think too much about the tour.
All right. Oh, so win the London Chess Classic first, right? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Oh, always Vachier-Lagrave with Vachier-Lagrave type answers.
Polite.
Very polite. One game at a time.
Right.
Yeah, and we have actually updates in a lot of games.
Let's go to Maurice. He's got a nice thing to share with us.
Absolutely.
Well, it's really funny, again, where you're having flashbacks all day long. But I remembered, as you were about to tee up that interview, I was busy looking at that same position, and the position that is between Fabiano and Aronian. And I had a flashback to this game from 1998, the game that Judith Polgar defeated Anand in style. And in fact, Jennifer, although I wasn't at the lecture, apparently I was told Jennifer herself was showing this exact game during a lecture she had over at Ladies Night, I think it was at the Kingside Diner maybe, or was it the World Chess Hall of Fame, actually. And she talked about this exact game. So it all came together, Jennifer and Anand, and a game we're studying, we're looking at right now, watching closely, and look at the piece distribution in this game. It is exactly what is in the Caruana game. The pawn on C5, C4, Yaz, with the knight headed for D5. She was able to successfully maneuver that knight to C2, and bishop G5 was not in the position because the D pawn was hanging, so the timing was just right. King to G7, and the game. Now, beautiful setup, right? It took her forever. It was only move 25 right now. It wasn't until move 44 that she was able to make some kind of movement. She actually, we jump ahead, she actually got her knight to D5, took her a while to get H5 in and take on this square, and then finally, the break you talked about, Yaz, C5 happened in the game, but not with a knight on F3 to get to E5, but the C5 break did happen, and then even after that, it took her quite some time to get even more out of the position, but you can see she's getting some energy here. She got a rook on C6, and now we get to the critical position, the critical moment in the game where she was able to flush the king out and play this beautiful idea, F4, and after E takes F4, rook H8, and in this position, Anand resigned because the move king to G7 would have been met by queen to D4 with check, and if bishop to F6, then queen takes F6, rook takes, and now rook H7, picking up everybody on the board, knight takes. So he resigned instead of letting that happen. So we see the pawn formation again. This superior pawn formation we talk about beginning back here, this is that setup. And if we go to the game on question, it looks as if C4 is on the board in the game. And we have it. There you have it. It's not exactly the same, but it's the same piece distribution. This knight, can it get to D5? Will C5 happen one day? Get the energy going in the position. We have those similarities yet again, this time 17 moves ago, a famous game from the great Judith Polgar.
A lot of flashbacks happening.
Yeah, what is it?
We're going to go to London very quickly as we have the top UK player with Jennifer Shahade.
Thanks for that analysis. I'm here with Mickey Adams, who is the wild card in the third leg of the Grand Chess Tour. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, yeah.
So how does it feel to be the wild card here, have so many local fans? Is there extra pressure?
Yeah, but it's very nice to play in London as well. I didn't get so many opportunities to play in London for a long part of my career. There wasn't a lot of activity, so the London Chess Classic has been great for me to get to play in London.
What's your favorite thing about London?
Yeah, I think seeing friends here, just seeing a lot of people come in to visit during the tournament, and that's very nice.
Now, you've probably been following the Grand Chess Tour and the stops that you haven't been playing in. You're probably the only player who can't win, right? Because you only play one event. So who are you rooting for, and who do you think kind of deserves it if they play like they've been playing in the first half of the tour?
Well, I don't think we can tell yet. It depends how everyone plays here, because it's pretty close at the top.
Right. And today, what about your game today? Did you have any expectations going into it, and how did you feel about how it turned out?
Well, we had a lot of decisive games recently, actually, but I think I got a fairly comfortable position early on, but then it was pretty solid. There wasn't too much to be done, but yeah, I'm happy to start with a draw with black. It's not too bad.
Which game are you most excited about?
Well, I'm really playing all the top guys, and it's the tournament as a whole, I guess. To play 9 top guys in one event is the thing. You know, it's a really big challenge.
That's right. It's great to see so many other events going on here as well. Like, you really see the UK chess scene kind of flourishing. How do you feel about the youth scene here?
Well, I think it's going to be very good for young players coming through the London Chess Classic, and also the chess in schools and communities. So many young players starting off in schools, and a lot of coaching. But I think it will maybe take a little while to see the results of that, but I'm sure it's going to bode very well for the future.
Totally agree. Well, thank you very much, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mickey Adams definitely happy with his start over at the London Chess Classic.
Absolutely. Draw with black against Anand in round one. Very nice.
But I don't think he's going to be as happy as Hikaru Nakamura will be today against Alexander Grischuk, as I think that Hikaru has actually gone for this variation with f takes g4. And, well,
just as we were, this knight e6 move turns out to be a completely hollow threat.
Seems like it.
Hikaru said, execute your threat if you choose. Knight takes c7 check, king f7, and we saw, as Maurice was saying, you can't even dare touch this rook because knight f5 is
just die.
Over.
Right.
So e6 check was played, but now I think
king back to g8.
Or do we need to go to g8, or can we even
go to f6?
F6 seem well. Let's go to g8 and just leave the option of bishop e7. What the heck is Grischuk going to play here? It just looks like it looks awful. It looks really awful.
It's horrible.
If you don't take the rook, the knight might end up finding itself completely isolated by either rook a7
or rook c8.
Rook c8. You don't want to go knight a6, but this looks terrible. And
well, knight f5 is such a big threat, and you cannot defend against it.
This looks like it's just terrible. So Hikaru Nakamura, U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura, looking golden.
Very good here.
Yeah, and you know, Grischuk was just asleep. In that interview that Jennifer was having with Malcolm, Malcolm mentioned that the visa troubles. You know, like, there is a thing called the real world, and you hate it when you have visa problems getting into a country. It really plays havoc with you emotionally and your flight and all of those things. So maybe some after effects.
Grischuk definitely not on form in this game. It seems like he
96, just a total blackout.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's like Maurice has some interesting lines here after 96.
Yeah, blackout is right. It's a terrible position for him for sure. And when you see the desperation that the computer is trying to defend with, you realize this can't be a good thing. King g8, yes, indeed, is the best move in the position. And now, don't take this rook. We've already seen all the problems with knight f5 and the mating lines. But if you just calmly take on g4, then he'll just as calmly play rook to c8 and say, where are you going to put this piece? It's trapped in the position. The engine's coming up with crazy moves like rook to d7. Check this one out. Rook to d7 to try to defend the position in some kind of way, because allowing this pass pawn, not necessary. Let's just stay super cool. Knight to f5. Threatening rook h4 again. This is going nowhere. This problem is White's problem. White's got nothing special on the board, and you have to be hyper careful to move bishop to f2 dealing with this threat. Okay, bishop to d6, and White's pieces just look comical, trapped in the position. This knight on a terrible square, already desperation. You've got to kill the bishop because the knight has nowhere to go if it leaves and goes on the other side. Well, now Black can actually play moves like rook to h2 and come behind and attack. It's insane. He's just completely dominating the board, and there are no other real moves. After king to g8, you know what the engine's #1 move is? f5. When you see moves like that, your brain goes, come on now, what are you trying to do? And the point being that after knight takes f5, kill this beast, and then in this position, take on a8. Well, it's never good news when the guy's also playing moves like this, chasing your king. Your king is terrible. He can always take on this square, and pawns are fantastic. If you go after a pawn, we don't think so. Thank you very much. Move your king somewhere. The bishop is dropping. All your pieces are ugly. The knight on a3, what's it doing over there? Just a miserable position, and Nakamura knows it. I don't think Grischuk even wants to sit on this board. If he's got jet lag, he must be taking a nap on a sofa somewhere, because this one isn't even worth looking at after they move king to g8. It's just a complete disaster on the board. One game that is worth looking at, however, is this one between Giri and Topalov. And this line after knight takes on c1, rook takes on c1, knight f6, Giri's got that spidey sense, you know. It's trouble. Let me shut these things down quickly. I need to get rid of this knight. And that was smart of him to go after the trade instead of knight to c5. But knight c7, rook d8, queen f4 was found by Topalov. Queen f4 in this position, looking to use some small edge. But look at this last move by Giri. g5. Trade, please. What a move. g5, bring the trade on. And he wants to trade queens. And he will. This line is interesting to look at, guys, because the engine's saying definite advantage for white. This double pawn leaves an impression that the engines prefer white here. And with this bishop, there might be something to play for in this position. Pretty interesting game. These two games looks like a decisive one to Nakamura. And this one, Topalov feeling the heat because Nakamura is right behind him in the Grand Chess Tour standings.
Yeah, definitely a slight advantage here for white, it seems. One of those positions where you can play on forever without really any fear of black retaliating.
Especially because of those double pawns.
Yeah, the double pawns are never going to do anything. So you always have these chances of using the fact that your bishop is better than the knight in an open situation, which is exactly what we have. The rooks can always infiltrate and try to attack the pawns. And even the pawn on g5 is not particularly happy about being on g5.
Right.
It's a slight little nuance, but at the end of the day, it's the addition of all these details that really make black's position worse than if, for example, the pawn was just on g6.
Yeah. So a little small advantages accruing into a nice position for our tournament tour leader, Vasyl and Topalov.
Yeah, and I think that Grishik must have missed something. Because
I have no idea, by the way, what Sasha missed.
I think he missed rook h3. If there's something that I want to say he missed, it must have been rook h3. I really don't know what else it could have been. In the position here after e6, king g8, I mean, of course, I've been looking at f5 for a while because it's the only way of preventing the knight from actually reaching the square, and I definitely don't want it reaching that square.
Right.
So e6 made sense, king g8, f5. And I think.
So you think?
I think he
this
forgot.
was a part of.
Yeah, I think he forgot.
Analysis?
Right. I think what he forgot was that after knight takes f5,
rook takes
f5, pawn takes, knight takes a8. Sometimes even grandmasters have this instant mechanic where, like, okay, I take, he recaptures.
Right.
And well, you cannot recapture with black. You just go rook d8. And I thought.
And now I've got a double threat.
And maybe he thought that something like this was possible. I'm not even saying that this works.
Right.
I'm just trying to see.
To get into his mind.
Right, on what he missed. Because even this doesn't look like it was that great.
It was all groovy even.
Right.
But you just reckon that.
Rook h3 is just killer.
He was thinking takes.
Maybe I have some
trade. And now the
Zwischenzug
in between move, rook h3 check, just destroys the whole
harmony of white's position.
The line completely.
Yes, destroys the position.
Yeah, I mean, if you end up running your king up the board, well, now this knight that we haven't captured is way off in the corner, and black has the two Bs, and who knows, white's king. And
those pawns are so powerful.
Agreed. So you reckon that's it? But
I want to say, because I always try to figure out why people make mistakes.
Right.
And what baffles me about this one in particular, Grishik's blunder, is that f takes g4 is super obvious because you're getting mated. So obviously he calculated it, and obviously at some point he missed something.
Right.
What I'm trying to figure out is what he missed.
Right.
And it still doesn't make too much sense to me. I mean, rook h3 is as close as it gets to me to trying to understand what he missed in the position.
Right.
But it still doesn't seem like a move that was so difficult that
he should have missed it.
He should have missed it.
Could you also, having tried to fathom the blind spot, I didn't understand the detail. Okay, the computer recommends king g8, and that's fine. But if f5 is white's only shot at staying in the game, why don't we put our king on f6? What is the
disadvantage of this move?
Yeah, well, exactly. What is the disadvantage? This move looks
more
pretty
natural.
Darn good to me. I mean, now f5 really makes less sense, right? Because now...
Right. No, you're right about that. I mean, it makes no sense.
And again, you don't want to take this rook because we've seen those checkmates all, and the difference between king f6 and king g8 is negligible. Easy for you to say. But I am,
You're curious on why king f6 is worse than king g8.
Right.
And I gotta say, I don't know.
Me either. I didn't. That was why I was having trouble guessing the move king g8, because king f6 also looks like a kind of plain old honorary kind of move, like keeping my king active.
Well, it must have something to do with the move bishop f2. I want to say that perhaps there is some tempo move with bishop h4 that you have to react to, or maybe a knight d5 at some point.
Good grief. This is really looking...
I don't know. I'm trying to...
You're trying to justify it as well. Okay, Maurice, help us out, because we're having trouble ourselves.
Well, that's why we have engines, guys. We explain the overall positional features, and we just let the engines do all the work.
Right.
In this position, the engines do point out that the king on f6 is poorly placed, because after king takes g4, the way you're going to get an edge here is to play the move knight to f5, as in most of the lines. But suddenly that gives the knight a square to get to. So bishop f2 guards everything. And now on some rook move that we had before that was pretty devastating earlier, suddenly the guy just sneaks out with knight to d5. And it's with this check, and your king is poorly placed. So this is not the way you want the line to go. If I go back here and play king to g8 and the same things happen, takes on the square, black now can play for rook to c8, keeping the trap in. See if we can get that going, keeping the trap in and creating problems. So I guess if we back up even here and play that same way, king f6, rook to c8 in this position. Sorry, I have to take g4 first. Rook to c8 in this position, and now the move, and here's the main point, here's the real main point, bishop to d2. Out of nowhere, suddenly there's this threat. Hello, there's no problem at all, and your king is poorly placed on this long diagonal. So that's the real reason why the king cannot go to the f6 square. And of course, the engines, we don't have to kill ourselves when we do work here. We like to try to understand, of course, all the reasons why moves are being played.
Yeah, maybe Grisha forgot that you don't have to go to f6, you can go to g8. It's still a very suspicious line, no matter how you look at it, because even the line with knight f5, bishop f2, I was not very convinced that white's doing okay with the king on f6. Hikaru has found the move king g8, so Grisha looks like he's, I don't know if dead, but pretty busted. Maurice thinks that.
And by the way, Hikaru, he's so tactically gifted. He's always alert to these types of opportunities. And, we admire
his reaction to king g8.
Right. Well, he just seemed to take a deep breath there, actually. Like, ooh, something is not copacetic. Maurice.
Very intriguing position, guys. Very intriguing position on the board has happened after the move g5. It wasn't entirely necessary. Rook e7 was also quite a good move, well, at least at the same level as g5. But g5 does do one thing. It exposes that king slightly. And although black has harmony with his forces, this pawn on g5 makes you think, okay, make sure you're keeping everything under control. So instead of trading queens, the move queen b4, the engines like trading queens. Queen b4 instead. Now he has a cluster. Take a look at that. Split the board in half. Everything's on this side. And somehow, if he could get something going over here, it would be nice, but there's nothing there to do. So he played this move, queens flying around the board. First the white one, now the black one, going down to b2, ignoring the threat to his rook, threatening the rook on c1, and after rook back to a1 in the position. Now rook e2 flying down into position, hitting the c5 square. It looks as though white has a very straightforward response, which he in fact did play. Queen to c5. Defend f2, and guess who? g5, that problem you had. Now threatening that with check. So h6 was played, and now let's get rid of this piece. Knight takes on a6. We're expecting pawn takes any second. And what's going on here? It looks like white is solid. He's guarding the f2 pawn. Black's pawn structure looks miserable. White's only bad pawn is this one. So the feeling is white is the one who is better here. And in fact, the engine's arguing, why can't I just take your pawn? Looks like a pawn. What if I take it? Do you have something concrete? And it looks as though black doesn't have anything concrete, because the engine's saying king g7 as the best move here, still giving white a real edge in this position. but Black looking for counterplay. It's looking, though, like Topalov is getting something for his enterprising play so far. Maybe it was Giri who was more enterprising. You know, when Giri has Black, he tends to try to just stay cool and solid and draw. So far, he's been playing some very risky moves, at least aggressive type moves. Will it work out in his favor? I don't know. We'll see in a few moves.
He's going to have to keep up the pressure, because if Topalov does decide to take on A7, his only compensation is the pressure that he has on the second rank.
On F2, yes.
So he's going to have to, like, probably triple on that rank and hope that he creates something, or at least he's able to tie down White's pieces enough that White can't really take advantage of his extra pawn. But it still seems a little bit of an unpleasant position for Black, because I'm not really sure that you're fully compensated in this case for your missing pawn. Queen takes A7 does look pretty obvious.
Right. Also, just from everything you were saying there about Black's pressure on the F2 pawn, and specifically, as well as, you know, I don't like my opponent tripled on the 7th or 2nd rank, you know. The move Bishop F3, you know, just to try to get rid of that rook. Maybe you would play Knight E4, not 100% sure, because there is some trappy move like Queen E7 in just a second, you know, like you're hanging a lot of pieces. But the move Bishop F3 to kind of nudge you go backwards, you know, I like White. I like taking pawns as well. I'm a pawn grubber.
It doesn't seem like Black has enough.
Exactly.
That's pretty much it. On the plus side for Giri, Topalov has 4 minutes and 30 seconds to make 8 moves, and let's remember 9 moves actually, and let's remember that he doesn't have increment, so
in the first time control. That's right.
So that's why he played Rook AB1, which I'm expecting will maybe lead into a repetition. Like if he plays Queen A2, maybe I can go back to A1 and just gain some time. Although I'm not really sure that I want to play Queen A2. Maybe I should just play Queen D4, try to trade off and defend the pawn. Queen D4 looks maybe like a better move.
A better choice indeed. Yeah. I'm not a big fan for White of trading off.
I'm not a big fan of this Rook B1 move, actually.
Well, you know, if I could play C5 and get you to trade on my terms, that would be an extraordinarily powerful C-pawn passer. B4?
Yeah. Maybe a possibility.
Yes.
I don't think I can sacrifice the exchange here.
How would you do that? You mean
just take on F2, Queen takes D4, Rook takes G2. I mean, you're a little exposed. I wanted to maybe see if I could simplify the position on the Queen side, because if I trade enough pawns there, that should be a simple draw.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
It's 2 results, right?
Definitely 2 results, but I think that we've already reached that position.
Aha.
Where it's already 2 results anyway.
Okay, that's an achievement. Maurice.
Well, talk about achievements. Certainly a big achievement in the game with Nakamura and Grischuk, and it looks like some bluffing going on. We know Grischuk is a poker player, but I don't think that poker stuff is going to work here, because Nakamura sees very clearly that this position is busted. He played King G8, King takes on G4, as we said, couldn't take the Rook. And Nakamura played a less accurate move. He played Rook to A7 when Rook to C8 would have been crushing. He played Rook to A7 instead, but he's still dominating this position. Rook to D7 was found. That was the only real try here. And now Knight F5, threatening a mate in 2. Well, also the bishop, mind you, but this Rook H4 check, and your king has to march up the board. Actually, I thought it was mate in 2, but it's not quite. So I'm going to play this line out. It's not quite the same mate we were talking about, but it's certainly vicious. The attack is coming with Bishop E7. Your king is going to end up all the way down the board. Let's just play this line, for example, check, king in, and now the move knight to G3, and this poor king is stuck a little bit deep in the position with mate threats coming at any moment. Rook G4 check, or all this is a problem as well. Backing up, knight F5, hitting the bishop. We don't want Rook H4 to happen. Now bishop to F2, and this is the key moment. Bishop F2 has been played, and Nakamura is on think here, but look at all he has to do to make life easy. Take the rook and guard against the pawn going forward. That's it. Now this knight's hanging, this pawn is hanging. Through that knight, no matter where the knight goes, you could back up. Thank you very much for your pawn. You're down in exchange for absolutely no reason. This would be the only move, according to the engine, to try to fight back. Maybe he says that he has some chances here down in exchange, and yeah, I see you shaking your head, Yaz. I get it. It's terrible and lost, and it's horrible. It's not as bad, though, as if Nakamura had played the move rook to c8. That line was absolutely crushing, but this is miserable for him. So this line is not it. Going to that game you guys were talking about, this position, Topalov has played differently with rook to b1 as this rook is on the rank, and so Giri is fighting. But we'll at least have our first decisive game, it seems, almost surely, although it might take a while. Even if he loses the exchange, he might play a long while in that position. That is, Grishchuk might against Nakamura. And Nakamura just has to find that move. Bishop takes d7 and bishop e7, game over.
I don't know about game over. I mean, definitely black is on the driver's seat, but I feel like with time pressure looming, I mean, he only has 7 minutes.
Hikaru
only has 7 minutes.
Oh. Hikaru, that's like 7 years.
But I feel it's a position where you have to be very precise. I thought the other one was very crushing because you just win a lot of material.
But admittedly, though, after bishop takes on d7, bishop takes d7 and bishop e7, there's not a lot to think about in that kind of position. It would be one thing if it were weird tactics, but it doesn't seem as if he finds that solution, which he's now reaching. And he has not captured. He's played the bishop e7 immediately.
I didn't think it was that clear, simply because when you're up the exchange, I feel like technically if the knights get active, like let's just say I play a couple of inaccurate moves, I put a knight on e5 or knight on c4, suddenly like, yeah, you're up the exchange, but so what? Your king's on g8, your pieces don't coordinate that well because I'm protecting against rook h4. I'm like, okay, yes, it's obviously should be a win. Right. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it was as clear or as easy as the engines want to say.
Let me point out that this bishop takes d7 is only one move. Bishop e7 is also winning, and in fact, there are other moves that are winning.
Oh, so well, if you don't have to go into this
he doesn't have to take on d7. That was, to me, was just a simplifying line. But bishop e7 is just as winning. It's a crushing blow as well, and the engine's saying, this is lights out. It's almost like he could just stumble forward. Oh, that looks good, that looks good, that looks good, and he'd still be fine. It's not like his advantage is dropping dramatically. Rook c8 was absolutely crushing. Keeping the rook on the back row was lights out. He decided to defend the a6 pawn. What a weird thing to do in this position with rook a7. But rook to c8 was absolutely crushing, but he's still crushing anyway. It's just a degree how you want to die, basically. Which one? Which way am I going to kill you? And he just has to just trip over himself and find good moves, which Nakamura, with his stance right now, I think he's prepared to do.
Yeah, it's definitely up to Grishchuk to find something in this position, but it looks pretty hard. I mean, bishop takes d7 looks like a pretty big threat, and I'm not finding any decent response.
I'm thinking about the movie A Million Ways to Die, and then you just have your choice. Just flashing for a second on the very strategical fight between Fabiano and Levon Aronian. It looks like Levon has managed to equalize, because the pawn on d6, without the heavy rooks on the board, is not a weakness. And we mentioned before, if black ever gets his bishop on this diagonal, he's got constant pressure on f2. It's very hard for white to achieve progress. So I just think that this game is actually being shut down. So going back again to the, pardon me, the Hikaru Nakamura game, he's played bishop e6. Maurice, thoughts?
Big news in the game with Giri and Topalov. Topalov in terrific time pressure, missed a shot. He's not going to be losing, but he looks like he's overlooked this move that's thrown away his advantage after rook to b1 with 2 minutes to make 10 moves, queen to d2. He played bishop to f3, thinking that this would be okay, trying to chase the rook off the second row, only to have knight e4 get splashed down immediately on the board. Suddenly f2 is hanging, and that advantage of this bishop that we were talking about is going to disappear, and he's spending a lot of time, burning a lot of clock time in this moment to play what looks like really his only move. His only move is to take the knight. And he has not played it. He has played queen takes a7, which is just a blunder. Total blunder after knight takes on f2. Knight takes f2 is simply winning according to the engines. Bishop takes on e2, knight takes with check. And now if you try to go after this knight with king up. Well, thank you very much for this piece, and you are going to get crushed. King to G2 will be forced, and now, hello, welcome to this. Wait a minute, I think there's even better. No, this is the right move. Rook to D2 check, and suddenly black is back in business. Black has 4 pawns. The queen will always be a problem. Guess he can give away his queen and hope he survives this position. Maybe there was something that I missed earlier here. Oh, actually here, the right move, sorry, is Rook to D2. Wow, that's nice. Rook to D2 is the best move. This is mate in 7, according to the engines. This is out. You can't stop the mating ideas that are coming with Queen H5. You'll be throwing away pieces, as the engines do. Rook C8 and sacrificing everything because this threat is too huge and nothing to stop it. Topalov with only a minute and a half on the clock, ticking down, and he is dead lost. He's not ticking right now. Actually, it's Black's move. If he finds Knight F2, does Grishchuk, the game's over. It's just devastating. Knight takes F2 with all the tactics. Topalov has, time pressure makes fools of us all. That quote is as appropriate as ever right now because Knight takes F2, and look at Giri feeling relaxed. This would be a disaster in round 1. Topalov, the leader of the Grand Chess Tour, going down in round 1 with Nakamura winning his game. What an amazing development right away here at the London Chess Classic.
Well, but I'm really
major swing. Yes, I understand your confusion because I am as well. Knight takes F2.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes. Knight takes. We understand we can't go after the knight.
Clear. But
so now the question is, why aren't we playing King F1? And I'm assuming there's some rook lift. I didn't know whether it was D6 or D5, but some rook lift. Maybe it's this that Veselin missed.
But even this is really that bad. I mean, you can always give up the queen, which I guess is very ugly. But
you mean with a check and a capture.
But that's ugly. I agree that this doesn't look good for white at all.
Right.
Actually, guys, so that we can get right up to pace, it's really interesting that Giri has to find some spectacular ideas because right here, this is, you're correct, the critical line. This move, according to the engines, actually loses horribly because of this check. And after the king moves, the queen can come over and guard this square. If rook f6, now he can play this move, and it's white who's just fine. Your attack doesn't work. This king is going to take. There's not enough time to get everything. The rook wants to be down here, not on this square, and white is coming in behind with the rook coming back if the king gets flushed out. So this is not good. The key move, and it's geometric, it's beautiful, after king f1, the geometry of the board, the knight is guarding the dark squares. You need this queen to guard the light squares. That's the killer blow. Queen to d5 and queen h1 sneaking in. Computer rest, definitely. And now you're in big trouble as to what to do because that's mate. That's a mate threat. The only move is to step so you can run. No, you can't. The D file is covered. So guess what? It's just a straight chafing attack. Queen down, bishop f1, and now queen to f3. And look at the king. I mean, you look at this, you feel like you got problems when you see this move. But will Giri find queen d5? I mean, that's important. He has to see queen d5 coming from knight takes f2.
Brutal.
I get the feeling he's going to say, that should be the line I play. I should play knight takes f2. I'm going to be fine. If that other line's not mate, but guess what? If he plays it, if he walks into this position after king f1, everything else is losing. Only queen d5 wins. He's down a rook. He's down a rook. Only queen d5 even keeps him in the game. Any other move loses by a long shot. So he must find this sequence or else he's busted. So Giri, under pressure, having to find an attack right now. Will he find it with the seconds ticking down? And a win for him would be huge. And I can't imagine how he'd feel coming out of this game not winning if he doesn't find these moves.
But does it really matter?
Look at this. I mean, a strange situation. Like, Veselin is forcing his opponent to win. Because after bishop f3, if you don't play knight f2,
what
then
else do you play? Yeah, I mean,
then you could just resign.
The thing about this position is if you don't play knight takes f2, you just lose.
Right.
Like, what else can you play here? If you play...
But as I understand it... I mean,
he did play knight takes f2.
Yeah, as I understand it, it's so easy from White's point of view, especially. I mean, come on, you're down. You're so short on your clock.
Right.
If you don't see Queen D5, which is counterintuitive,
so difficult. It's a very difficult move to find.
I wouldn't doubt at all that Veselin had seen Rook C8 and Queen E7. Maurice, this is really
exactly
heating
what's
up.
going
This
on.
is a thrill. What's
and
happening?
Giri is going for the queen.
Did he?
He's looking. It looked like he's reaching. Will he find the move?
No, he found it. He found it. Of course.
He did find it. Queen D5, body blow. And guys, while he's found, and he's getting up. Look at that. Confident. He knows that he's crushing him right now. Queen D5, beautiful geometrics, and he's found the move. And let's add, while he's winning that game, Nakamura has blown his completely. He has taken a win and thrown it away. Alejandro, you are right. He found a bad move in this position. He played, instead of doing that attacking line that we saw with Knight F5, he played this one, Rook H7. Ugly as ever. I mean, Knight F5 could have gone back, but in time pressure, Nakamura, on my clock with only 49 seconds to go, maybe his clock says something different, but Grishchuk now just has to find a move like Knight to C4, bringing his piece into the game, and the whole game is up for grabs. Only a slight edge for black, but not that crushing edge Rook C8 would have given, or even the capture on D7 would have given. Here also Knight F5 would have given. He has just managed to fritter it all away, and Grishchuk is back in the hunt. And look at his posture, Nakamura. It's not the look of a man who's super confident, knowing he's got to win. He will be devastated if he does not win this game. If he loses, oh man, forget it. But it looks like the game is turning, and he's full of uncertainties, Nakamura. Maybe he still has some kind of perpetual with Knight F5 kind of ideas, but he has to be careful that he doesn't overpress, because he's no longer winning as easily as he was before.
Yeah, 49 seconds.
Dramatic turn. I didn't realize that Hikaru was so far. 49 seconds.
That's wow. Incredible.
Well, how many moves? I beg your pardon? And there we go. Okay,
instantly play Knight F5 check. He's at least going to repeat a couple of times if he can.
Yeah, exactly. Get the.
But the question is, he goes King G3. Is he really going to push for a win here? He has 45 seconds to make a decision. Either he takes the draw now, or he risks giving Grishchuk the option of playing on and not having the perpetual. Is Nakamura winning? That's what he has to decide. Maybe he sees something that we don't, and he's going to try to push. He might just go for the draw, though, which I think is what he's going to do.
It's a practical decision.
With only 30 seconds left and nothing immediate to be seen.
Exactly.
He's shaking his head, but he's going to take the draw.
By the way, while he's suffering on his board, Bishop H5 was played in the game with the other players, and we see here they're going on Giri and Topalov as the move has been repeated, so we're seeing a draw happen there. Giri now has mate in 9. He played Bishop H5, the Topalov, and that move is death, and it's easy too. Nakamura took the draw, so that one is done, and now Queen H1 check. If we jump to this one, as Nakamura is just disgusted and will be more disgusted when he's done. But this one is too easy. Check and Queen G2 check, and look at this king. I mean, it's just pot shots at the king in this position. If king to E1, now rook to E8, and now king only move to D1, and now Knight F2, and here's where it's happening badly for him. He actually has to take this piece. Has to. Why? Because if you try to run to the other side of the board, simply knight back to E4, and that's going to combine with the beautiful harmony of the queen. There's nowhere to go. Anywhere you go, running up the board is going to allow Queen D2 check and march on the other side of the board, and it's all just direct as you're now mated. You have to throw your queen in the way, and the game is over. So this is easy. After Knight F2 check, going back to here, the Indians give this ridiculous move. Queen takes, and we know this is out. This is death. So a crazy turn of events. Giri's going to actually win the game, and he's kind of looking askance. Like, oh, and he has played a few of those moves. He's there with the queen on G2. He just has to play rook, and he's playing it. He's not going to miss anything right now. Rook E8, king D1, and we're expecting Knight F2, and Topalov will be history.
Yep, pretty much that's the game.
Wow. What a turn of events.
Topalov knows it.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
He might resign on the next move. And here it is, coming on the board, Knight F2.
Look at that confidence playing.
Yeah, like the way he...
With no time on the clock, though, he's not resigning, just because he has little time on the clock. But Knight is coming back to E4.
But I think this is move 40.
It's the adrenaline.
Yeah, I think this is move 40.
It's the adrenaline, yeah, that he's playing. So there he goes. And
I expect him to just resign here.
Veselin will stop the clock.
Yeah, he started to shake his head. You know, when you're trying not to act like you're losing, maybe the guy might miss the moves, but
no.
Now he has the look of a desperate, defeated man, and he knows it's over. And now he's even looking disgusted. You saw that look on his face right there.
And Anish, look at Anish just waiting for the handshake. He's like, okay, dude, come on, just extend the hand.
Totally calm. What a great win with the black pieces.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Out of nowhere, actually.
Out of nowhere.
Weren't we saying 2 results?
Yes, we were. We forgot about that. There was a third result. Wow.
The third result is called time pressure.
Time pressure, indeed. And wow, Nakamura losing half a point basically in time pressure. Topalov losing, I don't want to call it a full point because he wasn't winning, but at least half a point.
Right.
Not happy.
So we've seen some real turn of events taking place as early as round 1.
Right.
And for our tournament leader, Veselin Topalov.
Well, he's not the tournament leader. He's round 1.
The tour leader.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Resignation as Topalov goes down. That was spectacular, by the way. The way Black just came in and hammered him into submission for that small mistake of allowing, well, a big mistake, it turns out, allowing knight takes f2.
Huge mistake.
Well,
it's a difficult variation to calculate.
You know, like, hello. I mean, when Veselin played the move bishop f3, he thought he had the game cold.
Right.
He's winning without this queen d5. Not only is queen d5 the only move to keep black in the game, shockingly, it wins.
Right. And there were some defenses that he had later on that still didn't work. Like, for example, instead of going bishop h5, which admittedly I think was refuted relatively easily with this knight f2 maneuver.
Right.
I mean, he had moves like king e1.
Right.
That I was like, this
still
doesn't look obvious. I mean, the queen on a7 is doing such a fantastic job defending. Right. You have to find moves like queen h1, bishop f1, queen f3. I'm like, wow, this is very hard to find.
Exactly, and these rooks on c1 and b1, your whole rook ahead, but they're not doing anything to stop.
Well, guys, you're talking, but you should show that on the board. Those lines are so beautiful.
Yeah, sure.
Worth reviewing. What a spectacular finish happened in that game. Incredible play.
So the point that we were saying is that
before we go into this, we have some Jen Shahade with actually Hikaru Nakamura over in London.
Alrighty.
Hello, guys. I'm here with our U.S. champion, Nakamura. A very nice outfit you got on today. What was the occasion?
I think everyone dressed up. It's first round major tournament, so I mean, it's just how it goes.
So what do you think about today's game?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think I was a little bit lucky in the opening. Alexander played this king h2 move, which I don't know if it's a novelty or not. I feel like I've seen it before. But at any rate, I didn't think I played the right way. I didn't think c5 was necessarily best. But, okay, I think in the middle of the game, Alexander made a few bad moves. And I was able to get in this f5 move. And after that, I think I'm probably much better. And then I played the wrong order. I mean, I should have just taken this pawn on g4 instead of going g6 first, because basically, as it turns out in the game, or at least I think, there wasn't quite enough to win. It looks so much better, but it's just not simple. So if I'd gone the other way, I would have just had a lasting advantage, whereas I thought I possibly could have won on the spot with the way I played with g6. But, I mean, sometimes things don't go your way, and that's just life.
That's right. You look pretty composed. You're not too disappointed.
That's how it goes sometimes. I mean, you win some, you lose some. I mean, today was a draw, but okay, I was black, so it's certainly not the end of the world.
So London, I've read before that you said you love this city. What is it that you like so much about London?
I just like the atmosphere. It reminds me a lot of New York City. Actually, there are a lot of different areas, a lot of good food, especially ethnic food, Indian, Iranian, and so forth. Obviously here in Kensington, and it's just a great city. Obviously, there are a lot of tourist attractions as well, so I really like it. Of course, the drawback is it's too expensive, at the currency exchange rate, and also it gets dark much too early. But otherwise, it's a great city, and I enjoy being here.
Well, just win the Grand Chess Tour. Pay for anything you want.
We'll see. I'm not thinking about money right now.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Jennifer. Well, I think Hikaru just didn't realize what a great advantage he had.
I think he felt it, but because he didn't find it, he now is questioning his intuition.
Right.
But I think that he's spot on, and when he sees this on a computer,
he'll say,
like,
Rook C8, simple move. Why did I convince myself that Rook A7 was better? Because there's two choices.
Right.
But this game, this huge turnaround game between Veselin Topalov and Anish Giri, when this move when Topalov grabbed the pawn on A7, I'm sure he felt he was winning.
Yeah.
Knight takes F2, bishop takes H2, knight H3, king F1, queen here. This is where you have mentioned that
right here,
a
king
much
E1.
more combative move was king E1. And then suddenly after check, bishop F1, okay, do your worst, I'm a rook ahead. And this quiet little move, I mean, it's almost painful. Brutal is right. You just play queen F3, you post up, you're ready to grab this pawn on G3, and rook E1 check, and, you know, this would have been much more challenging. That
to find at least queen H1, queen F3.
Yeah. For Veselin Topalov.
Well, actually, what's cool about this position is that the threat is to take on G3, and after king E2, knight F4 is mate.
Yep.
So you can't just make any random move. Let's just make a random move, queen B4. Yeah, and now to take with check, king E2, and then this nice show of geometry is just mate all around. So that is the key threat in the position. And the problem, if we go back again, just to this moment, if you try to guard against the G3 pawn, well, how do you do it? Queen to C7, well, then you release and allow queen F2 mate. So there's no way to get a defense of this pawn. Now, let's go back again. If knight F4 is the mate, what about rook to C4 here?
There's a lot to calculate, actually.
Right? Rook to C4 is interesting.
Well,
and after
knight G1, maybe.
And now that's winning the queen at least, and with extra pawns everywhere, that's
at least
crushing
I can stop analyzing
as well.
Even if there's something better.
And now it's just over. So that's the key. But the key was to get to that square F3 and then know everything is good after that. A rook down. It was a rook sack, and it just comes out.
I still need some
beautifully.
explanation on what's going on after bishop E2. Wasn't this so clear? I mean, I'm sure there's a win, but if I play bishop E2 here,
bishop E2 here.
Of course, black can go for a perpetual, so he feels very safe, but
I've got rook E8.
No,
is
of
an
course.
issue.
You got ideas, but am I really...
Right. Is it time to resign?
Is it time to resign is what I want to know. If like rook E8, I have rook B2 maybe. It looks pretty bad, I agree, but...
Yeah,
where's the
hammer blow?
What about queen G3 check here,
King
and
F1?
after king F1, rook E3? No,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
I saw my rook on the wrong square. Yeah, so I need my rook on the file first.
Right. So maybe rook E8, or... Yeah, but now I can go to the D file. I'm not so sure.
And then you can run.
So this is what I'm saying. I mean, I'm sure that black's winning somehow. I can maybe even play, I don't know.
But you're just saying that this is far more challenging.
Far more challenging.
You know, like,
oh, wait a minute.
really...
Go back. Let's go back again. Now that we're not using the engine, since we're having a little bit of fun. What if bishop E2, queen takes G3, and then the rook goes up to D after king F1, queen G3, king F1, and rook D6? How's that?
I mean, of course, these are positions which maybe black's winning, but
right. There's no queen E7 anymore because we've got mates on F2 and G2.
Right.
And G1. Yeah. F2 and G1. Thank you, Maurice. Yeah.
So yeah, this might be the killing blow. I wanted to play rook C6, but it doesn't work because I have still a checkmate on F2 or G1 anyway.
Right. Like you're thinking, I'll trade off your rook.
But still checkmate everywhere.
Exactly.
And that critical point you made, the critical point is, Alejandro, when you're in the attacking mode, whenever you find a perpet, you know you can play that line.
Right.
It's like, okay, if I'm not winning, it looks like I'm winning, I should find a win. But if I always have queen H1, bishop F1, queen F3, then I'm perfectly safe playing the line, and it's his responsibility to find moves. Remember that black is in trouble after bishop F3. Black is in danger, so black needs to find a move. So if you just find a line that says queen D5, I'm looking good, there's a perpet at the end of it, then I'm good to go. What I really was impressed by, though, was after bishop F3 landed on the board, after some thought, Giri played knight E4. If we go back back the other way, if we go back a couple of moves to this moment, when Bishop F3 landed on the board, there was some thought, it was like this nice squeeze move. Bishop F3, I got you now, move your rook back. And suddenly, instantly, knight e4 landed on the board. And that seemed like it shocked Topalov. Just suddenly this move was on the board. And instead of just killing the knight, just saying, okay, fine, the knight goes, he decided to continue down the line. He didn't have any time to think about the change in the position because he was in so much time pressure that he decided to take this pawn fatally so, and ended up going down in just brilliant body blows after knight takes f2.
And it's such a weird psychological moment at that point when you go knight e4 and it's like, okay, I can draw the game, I can take on e4 and bail.
Right.
Or is my opponent miscalculating? And it's so difficult with 1 minute and 20 seconds. Your king's wide open.
Right.
And it's like, do I believe him? Do I not believe him? And there are certain players that even if they don't see anything for their opponent, they will take the knight. Just say, I trust you. You're a super grandmaster. If you bluffed me, it's okay.
Right.
But they'll take the knight. And there are some players like Topalov that are like, show me.
Right.
Right?
And I'm one of the show me guys as well, unfortunately.
If I don't see it, it's not there as far as I'm concerned. You're going to have to beat me.
But, you know, the truth is, if you play chess and you're an experienced player, I don't care what your strength is, you've played a position where you stand really well and you force your opponent into a combination and it's rebounded and it works. And it's the worst feeling, like, because you literally force your opponent to beat you. You know, and I'm sure Veselin, you know, he's had losses like this. We all have.
We've all had.
Still, that extra painful. I mean, wow. And for Anish,
what a win!
Why a win?
What a win from a position that honestly, I don't think even he was considering was going to be a win at some point. And I wouldn't be surprised that at the end of the day he is in fact surprised himself that he was winning after Queen D5 because I think he found a perp. And he was like, okay, this is good enough. I'll figure it out later.
Exactly.
I don't think he had necessarily calculated out
to
the
finish,
But okay, it was a brilliant win. I mean, there's 94. Such a nice move. And actually, we have a result the final game of the day with the locked positions of the pawns and the reduced material. I'm going to go ahead and assume this was a draw.
And indeed it was. They have there's been the handshake.
Yeah.
And this is actually kind of a funny position. No way for either side to invade with their king.
Oh, absolutely.
I remember there was actually a rule, a tournament rule, because we had some situation like this where one of the players lost on time. And the other player said, no, I don't lose on time because there's no way to win the position. It was like there's no material on the board to mate. He was trying to make such a claim, and I think it was validated, actually.
Well, it is validated because you have to prove that through legal moves
that you can win.
You can checkmate your opponent somehow. So, for example, you have a knight against a rook. There is actually a configuration. A cooperation checkmate, which you can arrange. But in this position, even if black plays the very worst possible moves,
to cooperate in a loss.
On a loss, you can't. So
so it was upheld that you didn't lose on time.
You didn't lose on time, right.
Wow, what a bang! I mean, the most important tournament of the year, and all the thrills and spills that we would expect.
Well, one black victory, which came through just bloodshed. I mean, the king, Topalov's king, did not feel good. Got checkmated on the middle of the board after a rook sacrifice. Very nice win for Giri. Definitely a disappointing round for Nakamura. I think that as he said, he got everything he wanted from the opening and was unable to finish his opponent off. We got 4 draws today. Definitely an interesting set of games, but I think Giri's game takes the crown.
No question about it.
And we have tomorrow's pairings, as we will have an earlier round tomorrow since it's the weekend. Round will be starting at 8 a.m. Central Standard Time, 2 p.m. in London. The white pieces, we have the tournament leader, Anish Giri, the only player to win today against Michael Adams. Levon Aronian will try to put some pressure on Vachier-Lagrave. Magnus Carlsen in what's become a classic matchup against Fabiano Caruana, one of the players that he has most trouble against. Hikaru Nakamura will try to bounce back from a disappointing result by playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And Topalov, who was the only loser of today's round, playing against probably the luckiest player of the round, Alexander Grischuk.
Exciting battles for tomorrow, 2 hours early.
2 hours early.
Yeah. Well, Alejandro, a lovely broadcast. It's been great being with both of yourselves. Maurice, final thoughts?
We still got a couple of
guests sorry. Sorry.
So we're waiting for them in London as we try to get the players to just finish their games. Hopefully we can get Hopefully we can get Giri up on. I would really like to know his thoughts going into this Queen D5 move. We're going to be able to see if we have him. And we actually have Fabiano Caruana, our own American player, with Jennifer Shahade in London.
Thanks, guys. I'm with Fabiano Caruana, and you guys recognize this symbol over there, don't you? So, Fabi, welcome to the show. Were you so happy with your opening today?
I thought it's more or less equal. He seemed pretty well prepared, but I think he had a simple way to equalize, and he started getting a bit too extravagant, and he could have played c6 early on and equalized. And then I was a bit better, but I'm not sure if I ever had anything serious.
So you're satisfied with your play in today's game?
Yeah, maybe I had chances to cause more problems, but more or less I think it was a normal game.
How do you like playing in London?
Yeah, I like it a lot. Played here a couple times, and I always enjoy staying in the city. It's one of the most interesting cities. And yeah, usually I have a chance to go around and sightsee a bit. So.
What's the one thing you like to do if you have one afternoon or one night off in London? What sightseeing?
I mean, last year I just went around. I saw Buckingham Palace. I saw the Eye of London. But I mean, I don't know if there's one thing that I do.
Too much to do probably in London.
Too much.
And how does it feel, the London Chess Classic being part of the Grand Chess Tour? What does that add to the event?
Well, there's the added importance of the final standings, which I, in all likelihood, won't be a part of, but I think I still have my chances. Yeah, so I mean, it's interesting to see who will finish in the top 3 overall.
Who's your pick?
I have to say myself. I mean, I don't have many chances, but if I do well here, I can still finish in the top 3.
Right, that's right. Always got to keep the confidence up, right? I mean, after all, you just won the Blitz match versus one of the best player in the world, Hikaru. So feeling confident coming into this, right?
Yeah, I feel pretty good about my chances.
All right, thank you, Fabiano Caruana. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, I can recap the results of the day as we have. An interesting round. I think it was a good start, definitely. Veselin Topalov lost with the white pieces slightly unexpectedly in time pressure against Anish Giri after a fabulous sacrifice. Alexander Grischuk with the white pieces can consider himself lucky to have survived against Hikaru Nakamura in a Berlin that went all kinds of wrong. In the Sveshnikov Sicilian, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave drew against Magnus Carlsen. Again, that was relatively even all throughout. Fabiano Caruana, as he said, maybe very slight amount of pressure against Levon Aronian, also ended in a draw. And a game that never really got off the ground was Vichy Anand drawing against Michael Adams. And speaking of Levon Aronian, we actually have him with Jennifer Shahade in London.
Hello, guys. Thank you. I'm here with Levon Aronian, who won, of course, the last stop of the Grand Chess Tour in St. Louis. So you're going to keep it going here in London?
Hopefully.
How do you feel about today's match against Fabiano?
It was one of those games that are very interesting for the players, but not too interesting for the audience.
Really? D5? I mean, we were so excited about the D5 square.
Oh, yeah? Okay. I thought it was okay all along, but at one moment, instead of equalizing and just playing C6, I thought to get a bit ambitious, because I was up on time, and I got to regret this decision.
At what point did you feel like you were in the most trouble of all the game?
Yeah, I wasn't sure about when, he played knight a2. I probably have to go for this, and then he can take on d6. I wasn't really sure what's happening there, because it's so complicated. So, not that I was really worried, but I was more... I couldn't see what happens there, so I was curious.
So you decided to stop calculating and just go for it because you didn't want to get into time pressure or something like that?
I don't really have a big choice there, so it was more or less forced.
Well, what do you think about this tournament in general, the London Chess Classic and playing in London? I think you told me this is a city that you really like. Well, who doesn't, right?
Yeah, I love being in London when it doesn't rain. So far we're blessed with a nice weather. So as long as the weather is good, I think the games will, be interesting.
Oh, there's a correlation between the weather and the games? Like a positive correlation?
Interesting for me, not for the others, because I like, to walk around and enjoy being in a big city when I play chess.
That's right. How many hours a day before the game do you walk around? Are you like a flaneur? However you pronounce that word?
No, not really. I walk around maybe an hour before the game.
Okay.
But since, the games start fairly late, at 8 o'clock I had at 4 o'clock I had the time to go some places.
Well, at least I didn't ask you how many hours a day you study chess.
Yes. Well, I'm thankful for that.
All right, thank you guys. Levon, he is doing great in the Grand Chess Tour. He won the last stop in St. Louis, so we'll send it back up to you in the studio.
Well, interesting round. I think we have some final remarks
by Maurice.
Yes. Maurice Ashley.
And I just wanted to say, before we go to Maurice, one of the things that I really was curious about, it's unusual in that game of Caruana and Levon. And Levon didn't mention it. First you had to move knight h2, and then on the other side of the board you had to move knight a2.
Which is what costed,
rather strange duality there going on. Maurice.
Well, there were certainly a lot of funky knight moves played today. No one more crushing than knight takes f2 in the game with Giri and Topalov. It was a very exciting round despite a couple of nondescript draws, but to see the players going for it, Nakamura certainly will not be happy after he sees the computer evaluation of how he should have won quite easily. But Giri, guys, has not lost a game on the entire Grand Chess Tour. And though people snicker at the fact that he makes so many draws, hey, today he goes out the gate with a victory. We'll see how he keeps it up, or if he keeps it up as the tournament goes on. But he is now the youngest player in the tournament leader, I believe, for the first time in both of these events, in this being the third event. And I think he's got a strong chance. If he's confident, he can make it happen. Of course, it's still just round one, but it's good to go out of the gate with a bang. I can't wait to see tomorrow's game as this tour continues.
Thank you, Maurice.
Well, and thank you for joining us here at the broadcast. It was a pleasure. And we will see you 2 hours earlier tomorrow as we start at 2 p.m. London time, 8 a.m. here in the Central West End.
That also is 8 a.m., but it sounds scary, but yes, indeed.
And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.